Morning, good morning. How is everybody today? It's really funny here because we've all had our masks on all morning, everything. It came time to take our masks off, so I took mine off, and then Bernie, who wears an awful lot of lipstick, like it was everywhere. It was everywhere. Anyway, that we'll see. I've got a fabulous day today. I've got Bernie and Leann for the whole 4 hours today. I've got guests over. Here's Bernie coming up straight. Yeah. I wonder what she's got in that cup. It didn't smell like tea to me. Anyway, thank you, Bernie. You can stop waving now. We've also got Leann. Leann's here. Now, Leann, Leann's at 11. What are you going to do with us today? What are you going to do with us? What are you going to do for us?
What am I going to do to you today? Well, if I shared that with you, John, I have got some fab stuff for you today. Really, I have. We're going to have the Lock Pro. Absolutely fantastic machine and amazing what you can do with the Lock Pro. And I'm going to be showing you some different things that you might not expect to be able to do with an overlocker. It's not all about dressmaking. We're going to have a look at our mystery bundle. Woo! Oh my word, the mystery bundle is fantastic today. Am I allowed to tell you the contents yet or not? Is that a mystery?
Go on.
Okay, so we've got fabric, John. Oh, we all love fabric. I've got fabric in here, look. Absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get a variety. Now, I think it's 4.5 meters from memory. So you've got 4.5 or 4.5 meters. 4.5 meters. And these are just an example of the beautiful fabrics that you're going to get. And we're putting in there our Fox in the Wood CD. And I'm going to be making a little storage cube for you. You might have seen how Sarah do this little pin cushion. We're going to do a storage cube to match. I'm going to be doing you a travel set, darling. And I might even gift this to you, John, at the end. So you can pack your smalls or your larges when you're travelling and not have them fall out in the airport. That's what I use mine for. And then I'm going to be making a playmat as well with our fabulous Builder-Block letters for my soon-to-be granddaughter. So it's going to be an amazing couple of hours. I'm really looking forward to it.
Blimey, we're nearly there, aren't we? With the amount of you jabber dog. Hello. It's time for the sunrise special. Look at this. Look at the cat. Look. UK, EU only. It should be £90. I know. You must be asking what it is. Well, have a look. This is Bernie's. Bernie brought hers in for us to use. But this is Bernie. Look, we said go slowly. I said it wasn't tea in that cup, didn't I? Look at that. She was supposed to put her foot on that bit of blue tape on the floor. Right. Now I'm going to take you through this because it's £59.99. It is fantastic. Now, if you love a pocket, if you love things that are going on, right, there you go. There's Bernie opening it, so I don't have to open it straight away for you. There's room in there for your sewing machine or your overlocker. That shelf, I'll show you in a minute, that shelf can be moved. Look at all the storage in the top. So this is it. You get the whole of this. I've put it on the table like this so you can see the size of it. £59.99. Now, the way it opens, I'll show you that first, because Bernie just showed you that, right? The zip goes oh, so I've gone the wrong way. Zip goes all the way round. It's a double-sided zip. There it is. Look. Now, you're not going to get all of this in shot, I don't think. Look, so you see this here. This is big enough for your Gemini sewing machine or your overlocker, which we're going to show you later. You see this shelf here? This is held on with really strong one-touch fastening. I'm not quite sure which make it is, so I'm just going to call it one-touch fastening. But you can put your Gemini machine on there. Bernie goes to classes and she puts her sewing machine here and she puts her Gemini in here. But then now, how can I show you this bit? Oh, there you go. There you go, look. Look at all the pockets that are inside the cover, right? Inside the cover. Oops. Right, then I'm going to lift up here because we've then got pockets down the side here. Can you go? Hang on, let me move around there. There you go. Pockets around the side there. You've got another. Oh, now this here. Can you see this here? That's just under there. There you go. Look. That's another carry handle. That's a carry handle there as well. I'll spin it all the way round. Right. Another big pocket on the side there. Another zip here. It's even got what are these called? Where you put it like safety straps, aren't they? So you can strap your machine in and everything like that. Now, I've also got to show you this as well. Right, these casters spin. They're brilliant, Bernie says, 360 degrees around. Look, so it's so easy to push around. Now, this is the bit you're not made to see, but anyway. Here, you've got your airport handle. There are 3 different lengths that you can have that at. I'll just put it that little bit of the way out so that you can just sit there. All of that sturdy. Now this one, Bernie's a bit concerned because she says this one has been backwards and forwards to Peterborough, backwards and forwards for Hodley. 59.99. Bit more of Bernie swivelling it there. I'll keep it around all day long. 40%. 40% of the stock has gone already. Get it. Well, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I will show it to you later if it doesn't sell out before I get a chance. Isn't it lovely? Look at the space, the amount of space you've got in there. And there's that shelf again. Now, like I say, Bernie carries a Gemini machine on that shelf. That's how sturdy the one-touch fastening is. And the bit at the bottom is big enough to put your overlocker, which, funnily enough, we've got on the show later on. Right. Now, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. Now, I've got to start with a warning. Don't I? Johnny, I've got to start with a warning. Right. This is about to sell out. We haven't even started the show. We're not even 5 minutes in. I'm pointing this clock, by the way. This is gorgeous, right? You've all been buying it online. You've all been buying it online. They are $7.99 or $10.99. These are going to go. These are going to go. Yeah, hopefully Bernie will get a demo in before they all sell out. But isn't it beautiful? Do you want me to move it so you can have a look at all the different pictures? Look. Oh, I'm not surprised this has flown out. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's Lewis and Irene, Tom 10's Christmas. I love this range. I can't tell you how much I love this range. £7.99 for that panel, right? They're going to go. They're going to go. So if you've got it in your basket, you do need to check out. If you haven't got it in your basket yet, put it in your basket straight away. Right. Now, Bernie will be doing a demo with that in a minute. Right, shall I do the bundle next? Right, here we go. So now we've got a bundle of the fabrics. Now again, I don't understand you, right? Brand spanking new today, and we're taking 10% off already, right? $35 or £48. You get 5 half meters. Now, you see this one here, you can only get this one in the bundle. It's sold out individually already. All of the others, I'll go through them all for you in a second. I'll show you them all properly. All of the others are available by the half meter. I'll show you those in a second. But this bundle, you're going to save 10%. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? So you get half a meter of the stars, half a meter of the icons on grey, half a meter of the Tontems on white, half a meter of the icons on white, and half a meter of the little Santas on navy blue. Beautiful, isn't it? Let me show you each one very quickly. Now, all of these are available by the half meter apart from the last one. Right, okay, so there's one. $7.99 for half a meter, $10.99. 44 inches wide, machine washable, 100% cotton, top quality cotton. It's Lewis and Irene, for goodness sake. It's really good quality. Okay, so that's that one. Then, this is gorgeous. Look at this one. I mean, if you just want half a meter, buy the bundle. But if you want more than half a meter, then obviously, you know, you could buy enough for like a Christmas tree skirt, couldn't you? And that'd be nice, wouldn't it? $7.99 for half a meter, obviously. Then we've got this one here, which is cute, which is like the Father Christmases, but on a very soft, is it pale blue or great pale blue background, that one? Looks lilac-y on my telly. Okay, then we've got this lovely icon one on grey. Look at this. Gorge, isn't that cute? But the whole lot. Imagine if you got the panel and used this to do borders and all sorts of things with. $7.99 for half a meter. Now, oh, and then this one's not available. This one, you can only get this one in the bundle. This is not available by your half meter. It's sold out already. Sold out. So the only way you can get that is when you get half a meter in your bundle. Gorgeous. Right, I've got 2 more things in that range to show you. I'm racing along because I've got so much to show you, and Bernie's got... Right, panel, stocking panel. Now, you'll have all looked at this on the website, going, oh, I've seen those panels before. I don't think you've seen one like... Look at the size of the stocking it makes. I know. $14.99 or $19.99. Now, I've got the panel here. Let me show you the panel, because it's a whopper. It's a whopper. Right, so look. You can feel how beautiful this cotton is. I tell you now. Oh, excuse me. So you can either make one stocking with it patterned on both sides, or like Bernie's done with this one, make 2 stockings with the plain. You just supply your own plain fabric for the back there. But look, there's your panel. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I don't know how I can show it. There you go. There you go. Isn't it just adorable? It's even got the instructions written on the some instructions written on the panel. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's a loop for there. Now, did you turn the top? Well, I'll ask Bernie in a minute. I think she turned the top over to make a cuff on hers. Okay. So that's $14.99 or $19.99. Then I've also got this. Now, this is lovely. This is by the half meter, and it's a double border. So look, that's your half a meter there. But can you see, you get, I'm just going to hold it over that way, you get your border running along the selve edge like that. Isn't it lovely? Look at the trees. 40% of this has gone already. We haven't even, I think the proportions might be a little bit dodgy, but apart from that, it's gorgeous. They've either got enormous foxes in this country, and then the houses all look like they're on stilts in the woods. I love it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Because you could, imagine. I think a Christmas skirt in that'd be nice. You know, I tell you about my friend Debbie. She owns a shoe company. You know the one I mean. When they have their Christmas lunch, all the ladies wear dresses made out of the same fabric. I'm thinking that'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Our friend Debbie. You know as well, don't you, Daniel? Yeah. $7.99 for half a meter or $10.99. Right, before we go over to the thing, I've got this other Christmas range, which is gorgeous, right? Now, these come individually, but they also come in 3 bundles. So look, I'll just move my glasses there. So I can't remember which is bundle 1, bundle 2 or bundle 3, but they're all on the website, right? So if you buy this as a bundle, you get half a meter of each of those fabrics. But look, 10% off already, £31.50 or $42.70. That's beautiful. Look, so you've got the red background with your reindeers and your rabbits on. This, I love this. Now this, what's this called? I can't remember what this is called now, this plant. I don't want to call it a yarrow. It's what? It's called green winter floral, the fabric is, yeah, but I can't remember what that flower is. Oh, come on, Johnny. Yeah. Look, this is beautiful. Isn't it? Oh, wait till we get to the Liberty fabrics later. Johnny knows all the flowers on all of those, right? We'll be good. Look, this is very traditional, isn't it? You've got the fir tree, the mistletoe. You've got is there any holly in there? And you've got the gorgeous robins. Now, did you know this is a fact that lady robins are chubbier than boy robins? It's just a fact. It's a fact. I'm not being what's it or anything. Just telling you. And then look at that. That's beautiful, isn't it? So half a meter of all of that. Oh, there you go. That's number 2. That's number 2, that bundle. That was bundle 2. But you can see, when you go on the website, you can see which ones they are you want. So now all those fabrics are available by the half meter or in the bundle. Excuse me. Right, okay, let me fold that one up. Just got to make a bit of space. Right, oh, I love this one. Oh, this is stunning. This is if you like the darker tones. Oh, hang on, I've got to get that. There we go. This is selection 3, this one. I knew that one. But aren't they lovely? Look at those rich, rich tones in there. So again, the bundle is £31.50, saving 10% or $42.70. Now, how stunning. Again, all these fabrics are available by the half meter. What colour would you call that one? I love that one, but I don't know what colour. Would you call it mulberry? Something like that, anyway. Then, look, I think this is my favourite bundle of the 3. Isn't that lovely? Then I've got, look, there's that, oh, it's upside down, I do apologise. There's that robin fabric with the black background. It's like a black opal, isn't it? The colours pop out of that one. Then you've got the red circles. That's very rich, Christmassy red, isn't it, that one? And then last but not least, we've got, oh, you see, I love that one. I love that one, the darker one. So that one there is collection number 3. That one's collection number 3. And now this is, I know a lot of you have already got this because I saw on the website, on our Was that? No, on the Facebook page. People were buying this last night when it went first of all, when it went up. People were buying this straight away. Oh, look. Now you see, that's much lighter, isn't it? That's like a kind of mocha frappuccino range, isn't it? So in this one, you get half a metre of the circles. You get half a metre. Now that's a beautiful, beautiful green there, isn't it? Half a metre of that one. Half a metre of your berries. Half a metre of your robins on latte. And then half a metre of your dandelions and your yarrows. Again, bundle £31.50, 10% off, $42.70. Or they are all available, aren't they, by the half metre? Those are, which I'll go through again with you later, because it's time Bernie did some work. She's been here for hours, causing mayhem, you know what I mean? Did you manage to get your lipstick straightened up?
I think so. Does it look all right?
Yeah, you look lovely.
I get lines off my mask as well, so if I've got any lines, they're not wrinkles. Well, some of them might be. And that last one there was my favourite.
Oh, was it the creamy one, the latte one?
Yeah, beautiful. Is that flower gypsophilia? I'm not sure. Is that what it was? Gypsophilia?
Oh, is it gypsophilia? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, we'll get Johnny, because he's got a degree in flowers. We can check this later.
I know, he's good with flowers, isn't he?
He is. This is nature, isn't it?
So, we were talking about the panel, John. This is what I've got left of mine.
Oh.
I've been busy using it. You're getting 21 squares on here, 5-inch squares is fab. So that's what I'm going to demo first. But first of all, John, I've been busy prepping this weekend, but I've also been sewing, because I'm thinking your set looks a little bit bare. It needs something. So I thought I'd make this for you.
Oh, no, look.
Do you like it?
I love it.
So I thought it would just go nice on the set for you. So, but you can't have it because you're at the other side of the studio, so I'll have to keep it here for now. So can I come over and give it to you?
Social distancing.
I'll throw it.
What do you mean it's going to stay on the set? It looked lovely on my sofa, that. Oh, Bernie.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, it's all embroidered and everything.
It is.
Not available for sale.
No. And I've used the linen macaw on the back, because I know you like that, and it's our grey faux leather.
Oh, Bernie.
So I fit that in with all my prep. I thought I'd just make it.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Right, that's going home. Right.
It's a set prop.
Right, it's what?
Shocking. It's a set prop.
Yeah,
That's fine. You can take it home, John.
Right, now.
Anyway, back to the
this
panels.
5-inch square panel. Sorry, Bernie, to interrupt. If you don't start checking out now, you're going to miss out on it. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Is it gonna go?
Right, what are you making then?
So I thought, what can I make that's dead easy? Something quick, something Christmassy. So I thought making one of these little soup bowl cozies.
Oh, I don't understand these at all.
Well, if you have hot porridge that you want to carry from the kitchen into the living room,
yeah,
you can place it in there. So I've been raiding the studio looking for props. So I've got a little bowl, like, remember little rice pudding dishes?
Yeah, don't microwave that.
No, but you don't have to put this in the microwave. If you make it out of cotton, 100% cotton, 100 cotton batting, cotton thread, you can put it in the microwave. Okay. But I don't. I use mine for little storage tubs. Or I found a little plant pot.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it nice? Or even sweets. So for Christmas
sweets.
Absolutely perfect. So I'm going to show you quickly how to make one of these. Because I know this is selling so fast.
It's almost gone, hasn't it, Johnny?
I might not get my demo finished.
80% of the stock is gone.
Wow. So what I've done is I've cut 8 in total from the strips. So you're getting 21. I've put 4 together. I've just joined them together in a 4 patch. And then, let me get me a little bit. I'm going to put some wadding on the back.
So you just use 1/4-inch seam allowance, you're sewing them together?
Yeah, just like a 4 patch.
Like a lovely picture. You see, that's a gorgeous Christmas picture as well.
Well, also what I've done, I thought about it, John, when I was making it. So I've done 2 pictures that way.
I was about to say, have you got one upside down?
And 2 pictures the other way. So whichever way you look at it in your bowl, it's always going to be the right way. You know, sometimes when you look at things, it's upside down. So I'm using our stick and spray. So this is the temporary spray that we've got. This will be on the website.
I've got it coming up later.
We've got it on the show. We've got it on the show, actually.
Actually, can I just say very quickly, I'm not supposed to do this now, but don't buy it yet, because they're $7.99 each, right? But later on, there's going to be 3 for $20. There's going to be three. Isn't that right? 3 for
Wow.
20? Yeah. It's on the website. Go to watch and shop and you'll find it there.
I love
right.
it.
Sorry, Bernie. I didn't
That's
mean
all
to interrupt.
right. And you don't need a lot. I've just sprayed. Now, I always spray my wadding. I never spray my fabric.
No,
That's
I
just
agree.
habit.
Yeah.
That I always spray my wadding. And then you can give it a press if you want, but I just smooth it down with my hands. And then you're going to make 2 of those. So
Yeah.
you're going to make 2 of those identical. So that's 8 that you need. Obviously, I've made my sample and I've still got some left. And you could mix this with some of the half meters as well.
Yeah.
If I have the bold, and have it maybe 2 light coloured ones there. So you're just showcasing the charm pack.
Yeah, because you might not want to use all of your 5-inch squares, might you? You know
And
what I mean?
also, it'll go further as well, so you can
Yes.
make more.
Exactly.
So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to stitch from corner to corner. Forgive me, Wadding's not very straight, John. I was
That's all right.
excited over giving you your cushion. And then sewing it from the other way. And that all you're doing there is just a basic bit of quilting just to hold the layers together.
Limited stock this panel.
Wow.
Now. Bernie, sorry, so I was too busy. So you sprayed the wadding with the spray, and
Yeah.
all you've got is wadding and fabric there. You've got no backing fabric.
Just wadding and the fabric on the top.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then you can, if you ruler, if you the heat erasable pen, you could draw a diagonal line, or you can just eyeball it. I've just eyeballed it there.
Yeah. Yeah, we could tell.
Never hit the corner.
Don't call you Bernie Carner for nothing. do they?
Exactly. See, and then I've got my thread cord just
Sorry.
behind there.
My fault.
Putting me off, John, putting
Sorry.
me off.
I'll shut up.
There we go. Let me just trim it. I've just got it caught round my foot. There we go.
So now you're not using a walking foot, so it's working perfectly well with a normal foot.
So
then?
if I'm sewing through just one layer of fabric and wadding, I don't often use a walking foot. If you're sewing then through an extra layer, so you're doing your quilting,
Yeah.
then ideally I would go to a walking foot if you've got one, or if you've got a machine that you can change the pressure on.
Yeah.
Just lower your pressure a little bit. But generally through 2 layers, you should be fine. And then what we're going to do is, so you can see on the ball we've got shapes up the side. So what we're going to do is just shape those sides up. And I have to remember which way I did it. Yes. Right. So what you're going to do is fold it in half.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to get my heat erasable pen.
Right.
And I'm using our quilting starter pack here as well, John. I've got the
I've got that
A3
coming up
mat.
later as well.
Yeah, I've got the A3 mat and I've got the ruler.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Right, so I'll get this the right way.
While Bernie's marking that, can I just show you what she was talking about? Look at the price of this. This should be $34.99. Starter kit. You get the cutting board, you get the ruler, and you get the rotary cutter. Aren't those rotary cutters more than that anyway?
It's a fab deal, isn't it?
£13.99, $17.98 for all of that. Should be $34.99. Oh, that's a good buy.
It is a good.
That's a brilliant
It's
buy.
perfect for starting out as well.
Yeah.
And also, not just starting out, but if you're travelling, I mean, obviously I do a lot of travelling with work and going to workshops and things like that when we go to workshops. Absolutely ideal because it's quite compact and fits in your bag. Also, if you've only got a small area at home to work in,
Yeah.
it's ideal. So what I've done is I've used my ruler and I've gone up the side where it's raw edged on the fold,
Yeah.
an inch, and I've marked it. And I've gone along the fold 2 inches. And I've done that on the other side. And then what we're going to do, you don't need to draw the line if you feel confident, but you're just going to match those points up. And we're going to stitch along that side. So
Oh,
we're going to
okay.
put, it's a bit like a dart, or it is a dart really, isn't it?
Yeah.
In dressmaking. So my foot pedal's going across the studio. If I look like I'm leaning,
You need to do Leanne.
I might have to rescue it.
pedal, does she? She only uses the start-stop button.
Yeah, I can't use the start stop.
Oh, can't
Start
you?
stop. I get confused and I'm like this. So I'm just sewing there, and I am doing a reverse at the start and finish just
Right,
to secure
yeah.
it. And it doesn't have to be spot on. If it doesn't go direct on that point, don't worry.
Right.
So can we see now we're starting to get that shape
Oh,
of it
yeah.
going. And then we're going to do it the same the other way. So match your corners up. And then we're going to go an inch up on the raw edge. and 2 inches along the fold.
Yeah.
Now what you could do is, if you're using bigger pieces, so you could put maybe 6 of these together and make a rectangular shape one.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't have to be square. But it's perfect because, and the other thing as well on this panel, John, the fabric in between is like the blue, like sky
Yes.
with the snowflakes on. Keep that because you've got strips of fabric
Oh, yeah, definitely.
you can use. Absolutely perfect. So I'm going to do the last one here. I love making these. I say I have a lot. I have one of these in my sewing room that have loads of clips in it.
Oh, yes.
And another one, I've got the thread that I use most frequently. So I've got them on my desk next to my machine. So everything's handy.
Has it got a name? Has it got a name, the shape thing that we're making?
It's, when you see them about, people will often call like a soup cosy.
Yeah.
Or a cosy ball or something like that.
Because I've got one in my kitchen, and what I do is, it's big enough when I get home that you put your loose change, your keys, your wallet, and your ring and things like that in there, so you know where it is later. And mine's like a bright red tomatoey fabric. Someone made it for me. I love it.
Right.
But I've never made it into a coat. Mind you, I don't have soup in a bowl usually.
Yeah. Well, I say if you're not going to use it in the microwave, then you can make it out of anything really.
Yeah.
But in the side for your keys, it's perfect. You loose change and everything.
Yeah. Well, I know where everything is then.
All I'm doing now is I'm just trimming those darts, if you like, just to take that bulk away.
Yeah.
I'll be tidy. So
First
you can
time
see
for
there how it's shaping up. Can you see? So I've done another one. So we say we're doing 2 exactly the same.
Right.
So we've got them like that. And then what we want to do is turn one inside out.
Right.
Like a strange little cap, that, isn't it? Actually, it looks a bit like a lily pad if you did it in green fabric.
Oh, yes.
I don't know what you would use that for, though. And then we're just going to place right sides together. And this is where our quilting clips are amazing for this, because it's really difficult to do it with pins if you don't want to get injured. And all I do is I go in and I just clip all of those bottom points, and then I'm going to stitch all the way around and leave a gap for turning.
Square panel has sold
Has
out.
it gone?
Sold out. Including the one I've got here on my desk. Oh.
Wow.
So I can't be taking that home.
Wow.
Never
Well,
mind.
I'll tell you what, rather than me stitch around here then, John, shall I talk you through just the rest of it, because it's nearly finished.
Yeah, no, but
Shall
what
we
I'm
do
saying,
that?
Bernie, is if people have missed out on that, you could buy, if you buy this, you can cut your own 5-inch squares.
Oh, yeah.
And create your own version out of this, couldn't you, really?
Yeah,
with all those lovely
definitely.
different fabrics. Still going to work just as well.
And like I say, I'd put a plain one on the diagonal, and then they pop out even more.
Yes, exactly.
Because there's some fabulous ones. I haven't cut this one on purpose because it's my favourite one, with the little fox and the little hair on it.
Oh,
There's a little squirrel at the top with a snowball. He's hitting the hair. That's really cute.
Anyway, keep
That's
going,
my favourite one.
getting carried away.
So anyway, what we're going to do, like I say, what you're going to do is you're just going to stitch around all the way a 1/4 inch seam and get into those points.
Yeah.
And on one side you want to leave a gap for turning.
Oh, okay.
And definitely make sure that you reverse when you start and stop there
Of course.
to make it, because you've got quite a lot of fabric going through. So
Yeah.
I'll not stitch around that one. But
Are there any tips you should give us? Is there anywhere, if you're a beginner, you're first starting, is when you get to the V, is there any tip about how you could maybe go round?
Yes, so what I do is I'll start, I'll tell you what, I'll draw it with my pen and then it'll show even better than
Yeah.
the thread. So we've stitched along and we've got to here, and I'm not sure if you can see on the overhead, or I can do where you get to the stitches on your seam, that's where you're going to stop. So if you can
Right.
see that point there,
You might have to hold it up for us,
I'll hold
Bernie.
it up. If I get on the overhead, sure
Oh.
if you can see it on.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Brilliant.
So we're going to stitch along here, and when you get to that point there, which is your seam, you're
Yeah.
going to leave your needle down,
Right.
and then you're going to lift your foot and just pivot it under your machine, and then you
Right.
needle back down again, and then carry on stitching. And the
Perfect.
same when you get to the top, because you've done those crisscross lines, you can stop again at that point and
Yeah.
go around. And then once you've stitched it, what I would do then is clip into it. So
Right.
you're just going to clip in and get rid of that bulk. And if you want to, take a little bit of it out as well.
Yes.
Just take it in. And then what you'll find is when you turn it through, so here's one I made earlier, can you see how there we've got, it's nice and smooth.
Yes.
You've got that nice smooth curve. And then it just finished off. And then all I did was I give it a good press.
Yeah.
And then I just top stitched all the way around the end. I usually use about 3.5 mil length when I do my top stitching.
Yeah.
Just top stitch all the way around.
Yeah.
And then you just have it sat nicely.
So when you've turned
And you
it
can
through,
put your-
you don't
gubbins
stitch you don't hand stitch it. You've turned it through and you've pressed the seam inside. So when you do your top
Yes.
stitching around the outside, it catches everything in. So you haven't got
Yes.
to hand stitch. Oh, that's
If I
good.
can avoid hand stitching, I do.
Yeah.
Because you're going to top stitch anyway, you don't need to hand stitch because
No,
it's going
exactly.
to go in there. But yeah, I just thought that was something quick and easy to
Yeah.
do. Like I say, you can make bigger sizes. If you've got the meterage as well, you could cut, how about if you cut 10-inch blocks out and
Yeah.
made a big one? You've got it on your Christmas table that you could actually put your bowls of vegetables in on the Christmas table.
Oh, yes. Very small. That's a very small bowl of vegetables. But
No, if you did 10-inch.
Oh, it's in the 10-inch.
squares.
You need to say that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 10-inch squares. You've got all them Brussels sprouts. So you need a big bowl to put them in.
Don't go round Bernie's on Boxing Day, that's for sure.
Oh, I love Brussels sprouts.
Right, so the bundle, very, very popular. You get 1/2 metre of each of these fabrics, right? So you get 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre. See this one here? The only way you can get that one is in the bundle. That's not available on its own. All the others are available on their own. But £35, 10% off for $48 will get you 5 1/2 metres of each of those fabrics. 10% off. Now, stocking panel. There we go. This isn't the panel, this is the finished thing. I'll have to do it sideways so it gets onto the shot. You see, it's so big. Oh, imagine all the gifts you could get in there. And there's a cuff on it there. You see, Bunny's done a cuff on there. This is the panel. That's quite big, this panel. So I'll have to show it in 2 halves. So there's the top half. Right, you ready? Let's go as high as I can. There you go. Okay, so that panel is 40. Is it $14.99 that panel? Oh, $14.99. There you go. $14.99, $19.99. Okay, now. Limited stock for now. Somebody mentioned this. Who was it? It was Gerardine said, I bet Karen from Wigan buys this and makes a frock out of it. Yeah, she will do if she's in. She has to be careful though because it's limited stock now. $7.99 for 1/2 metre or $10.99. Here's what it is. So you get this border here, this border running along both edges of the fabric. Gorgeous, isn't it? Nice if you can. Oh, do you know what you could do? You could make a nice table runner out of this, couldn't you? Going that way. Do you know what I mean? And then put the bowls at Bernie's just with her sprouts in and everything along the. Oh, that's nice. But be careful, it's limited stock. Limited stock. Right, now, New Forest winter fabric. I showed you a bit of this earlier. Do you know what as well? If you bought this and you made the bowl that Bernie just showed you, how lovely is it going to look in these different colourways? So let's start with this one. These come in, but now all of these are available by the 1/2 metre, but buy it in the bundle. If you're going to get you get 1/2 metre of each in the bundle. So you've got the red background with the ferns and the reindeers and rabbits. Then you get that lovely green. It's like a chartreuse lime coloured background there. Then you get the blue. Now I think these are slices of lemons, aren't they? Looks like slices of lemons on that one. Then you've got, this is beautiful, isn't that gorgeous? Traditional with the robins, with the pale blue background. And then you've got the red berries. That's rich, isn't it? So you get 1/2 metre of each of those. 10% off today. £31.50 or at $42.70, right? I will read out some of your messages in a minute. I just need to get Bernie going on this demo. Now, you see, this one's my favourite, the dark one. Look, I love these colours. Love, love, love these colours. So you've got the mulberry one. Imagine that as a lining of a bag. Beautiful, isn't it? Then you've got the lovely berries. Looks almost seaweedy, that one. Then you've got the traditional robins on the black background. Then you've got the red circles that we saw earlier in the pale blue. Half a metre of each of these, and then half a metre of the... Oh, yeah, like I was saying it was dandelions, but maybe not. Yeah, there's dandelion clocks there. Oh, there, yeah. £31.50, that one, for all... 10% off. 10% off today. Brand spanking new. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then last but not least, Bernie's favourite. Not that it's a competition, Bernie. This what? Bernie's favourite is in the lead. She's all smiley, smirky over there. It is beautiful. They're all beautiful. They are beautiful, though, aren't they? So this one, you get the very, very soft cappuccino latte coloured circles. Then you get that really lovely green background on that one with the lovely reindeers and rabbits, or the hares. Don't think they are rabbits, the hares. Then you get the berries on white. Then you get the traditional robins on the kind of latte background. And then you get the dandelions and gypsophila and all that. £31.50 that. But now they are all available by the half metre. Just pop along to the website and you'll see them all on the website. So, what are you going to make with this one then, Bernie?
Well, this fabric is beautiful. I thought I'd make something a little different, and we're making a hexagon candle holder.
Oh, nice.
Or candle mat, should I say. Now, later on in the show, we've got some June Taylor Quilt As You Go kits. This is going to be another method of Quilt As You Go that I'm going to show you how to do.
Oh, brilliant.
Super easy. I've got my iron out. I don't iron a lot.
No.
I've ironed my top this morning twice because I ironed it at home, and then by the time I got here, it creased again, so I had to iron it again. So yes, I'm going to show you how to make this, and I've used these fabulous fabrics. Oh, my robin's upside down.
Oh.
But I love these because these berries, they just go together, and the reds all go. The red in this one picks up the red in the berries in here, and they're just absolutely fantastic. And I say I love that that range. And I didn't get any of that for my demo. I picked my fabrics as well of what I wanted to demo.
Yeah.
Why I didn't pick them, I don't know. But I thought I'll go traditional blacks and reds and whites. So, shall I show you how to make this, John?
Yes, please.
Dead easy, honestly, once you get to know how to do it.
Yeah.
And it's quite quick as well. And it's something, actually, you can actually sit in hand sew as well if you
I was
wanted to.
going to say, it's because you don't like hand sewing, do you? But normally something like that you'd hand sew it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you could hand sew it, but I've been lazy and I've zigzagged it on the machine. So I've changed my thread, red thread on the machine.
Right.
Because I'm going to be sewing on the red. Oh, I've got a cotton there. Shocking. So what I've done, if anyone managed to get the hexagon dies, I know they've been on a few weeks ago, I just cut some hexagons out.
Right.
Of different shapes. So what I've done here, I've cut out a 5.5 one, and then I cut out a 3.5, so you can see the difference in size. So you want quite a lot of space around here to be able to do it. So we're going to need one piece of the background, and that's going to be this bit here.
Yeah.
That we're bringing over. And then you want a smaller piece. Now here, if anyone hasn't heard of it, I've done some fussy cutting on here.
No.
So that's where you place your die over, because I wanted that robin right in the centre. So I did a little bit of fussy cutting. And then I cut some wadding as well. So then what I'm going to do...
Where did you get that wadding from?
Oh, yes. So, I thought, I'm very frugal, John. I'm very frugal. So, when I was prepping the Quilt As You Go kits, the June Taylor ones, there's offcuts around the outside. And that's what I've used in here.
No, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
But I'll show you another tip of how you can use up your wadding as well. Shall I show you that, John?
Yeah.
Because it's perfect for stuff like this. So if you've got some scraps of wadding,
yeah,
like this, Don't throw them away, even if you've got thin strips. Zigzag them together on your machine. Let's have a look. 3. Let's zigzag. Now, this is obviously going to be in red thread, but you can do it in a matching thread. But
so if these were not hexes, these were just offcuts?
If these were just offcuts, you're going to have your odd strips of fabric, wadding, and you're just going to butt them up. Make sure it's got a straight edge. Butt them up against each other, don't overlap.
Yeah.
And then just zigzag.
How big a zigzag have you got on there?
A wide one. You can see there, I've done it quite wide.
Yeah.
There, you could even do it wider than that. What have I got it on there? 6 width, but you could do it 7 if your machine goes to a 7.
Yeah.
And basically, that's now flat. So now you can use that inside. The amount of my quilts that I've made, even that's wadding pieced together, because I don't want to waste it.
No.
And then your little tiny little bits, use them for your stuffing.
Oh, of course,
Yeah. So every single little inch of it is used. So I put a little bit of our stick and spray on the back of there.
Yeah.
Again, I just sprayed the one just to keep that in place. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to centre it. So you can centre it by eye if you want, or... Oh, I can't pick my ruler up. There we go.
So
you can get your ruler. It's nails, isn't it? Got nails again. You get your ruler... And I know, obviously, because that's 3.5 and that's 5.5, there's going to be an inch gap all the way around.
Yeah.
So I can put my inch line on the end of my bigger hexagon and just line that up.
Brilliant.
So
just so you know, the ruler that Bernie's using is from our starter kit, which, look at the price. It should be £34.99. It's £13.99. You get the cutting mat, you get the ruler. And is that a 45? It is a 45mm rotary cutter in there.
It is.
I'm sure... That £12.99 that is. So you're paying £1. You're paying 50p for the ruler and 50p for the cutting mat, aren't you? If it's £13.99, this is normally £12.99. So it's 50p for each of those. Anyway, I'll let Bernie get
amazing. That is an amazing price. I have 2 of these, and I have another 2 that I'd already had before I started working here. So I've actually got 4 of them. Oh, that I have one in my craft kit, I have one in my bag, I have one upstairs, one downstairs in my other room. So they're really handy to have. They're really good.
You've got 2 workrooms in your house.
Yeah, I've built myself a little studio in the attic room. It's fab. I've been getting some new lights as well, but I haven't took them up yet to put them up. Okay. So, but yeah, it's really good. Right, so I do feel lucky that I can. So what I've done is I've set it there on there. Now what you can do is, again, just pop a little bit of spray on the back of there just to keep it in place. You don't need a lot and it's not going to move. And then we're going to get the iron out.
Oh.
And all I'm going to do is iron that up all the way around. I'm going to do it quickly.
Does it matter at the corners which way? Oh, hang on. Oh, you're not leaving it up. You're just
no, we're just pressing it just so we get in the fold line, because when we do the next stage to double fold it, to make the, because we're sort of using it to make the binding, it just helps. It just helps it line up better, and you get a crisper corner then. Yeah. And you could do this with triangles. You could do it with diamonds. You could do it with squares. You know, any of your shapes you can do it. You just need to have that shape behind, I would say about an inch bigger. So then once we've got that on there, then what you're going to do is you're then going to fold it in once and fold it over. And at this point you can iron, but I actually just give it a finger press because you've got that original fold.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and then, where's my clips? I'm going to put a clip in.
Right. Clips available on the website.
Yeah, I love our clips. And then again, you're going to come round again. And I'm just literally going to work my way around. But can you see, because I've got that fold that I did initially, you see now I've got a nice little mitered corner there, yeah. So I'm going to go all the way around here and do that. I say you can press it again, but like I say, this is ideal. So you can cut all your pieces out, and then if you're sitting in front of the TV on an evening, you know, if you get trouble for being in your craft room all the time, and not spending time with your family.
So you take your sewing in through.
So take your sewing in there. And then you can sit and watch it in front of the TV or out in the garden in the nice weather, or, you know, anything like that. And if you find it's not quite lining up, just take it back over and just give it a little finger press. There we go, and that's lined up.
A lot of people going for the individual fabrics on this. $6.99 for half a metre, or $9.49. they're all listed. They're all on the website, so you just go and choose which one you want. Watch and shop.
It is beautiful quality. I know in my little group and my little sewing girls, there's a few of us chat in a little group, and they messaged this morning saying that they love them. They were going to watch Bernie to see what she makes with them. So I can tell you, girls, it's gorgeous.
And then what they said they were going to watch Bernie see what a mess she made of it.
No, they better not. So I've just got to the last one here, John. I'll just explain what I've done. So I've gone all the way around to there. When you get to the last one, obviously that's going to go over both. So just make sure that you get both sides.
Right.
And just fold it over.
Right.
And then I'm going to put another little clip in there. There we go. Mm-hmm. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to take the sewing machine and we're just going to stitch just close to the edge all the way around.
Right.
So I'll just take my zigzag off because I was on zigzag, wasn't I?
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll put one of my clips all the way to the point there so I can start sort of here.
Yeah.
Because you are working at quite a small space.
Yeah. But as you said, you could hand stitch this bit as well, couldn't you?
Yes.
If you wanted to.
So you can sit there have a little whip stitch, just stitch.
Yeah, because you're going to ruin the television programme now if you're down with your family in the lounge watching the telly.
Oh yeah.
Get the machine. Mm-hmm.
And if you've got a machine with the up-down facility on, where your needle stays down, so you get an up-down facility.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I use that. Why am I going back over? Oh, I've picked the wrong stitch. I thought, why am I going back? I'm not still on zigzag. So have the needle down facility on. Yeah. Because what that means is that if you stop and you're unsure of where you're at, as long as that needle's still in your fabric, you're not going to go off. So especially if you're top stitching, if you've got thread that's showing as well, what can happen is you can start sewing, you can stop, lift the foot up to readjust, and then you've got like a dog's hind leg, I would call it, of stitching. And it's absolutely fine, but a lot of people will be sort of think, oh, I need it to be right. So if you've got the facility and you don't use it, try using it and see what difference it makes for you.
Definitely. Now, I've got some questions here for you.
Well,
I hope you can answer them anyway. So, Julie says, hi, John and Bernie. Can the rotary cut in the bundle be used by left-handed people, please?
Well, yes. So, I'll just sew this tiny little bit here.
Oh, you can't be sewing and talking?
Because, well, I'm left-handed, Anna.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so... Right, let me just take that out of there. I need to cut my threads. So, I'm left-handed.
Yeah.
So this is left-handed. To turn it into a right-handed one, all you're going to do is move it into your other hand and you flip it. So the main thing is when you're doing it...
Oh, so you don't have to change the blade or anything?
On these ones, you don't need to change the blade. Look, I can't even pick my ruler up. Hang on.
Slide it to the edge.
There we go. So the thing what you need to make sure of is when you're cutting with a rotary cutter, you're bringing in your rotary cutter towards your ruler. Obviously, you'll have your fabric underneath. Yeah. You're going to bring it in, and when you expose the blade should be touching the ruler. Right. Closer. If I held it the right-handed way, if you like. Yeah. Can you see when I'm bringing it in?
Yes.
You can see how it's right back to front. I've got the bolt here on this side, so that's not. But all I would do is turn it. So similarly, being right-handed, again, you're going to bring it in towards the ruler, expose the blade, and then the blade is going up by the ruler. Again, if I held it the left-handed way in my right hand, you can see there how it's the wrong way. So you always want that bit up there. So that's it. So basically, you can just turn over like that. It's easy. You don't have to.
Next question, very quickly. Does the wadding shrink if it's 80-20?
So all wadding shrinks. 80-20 wadding usually shrinks up to about 5%.
Right.
I'm sure it does say on our website, the wadding that we sell, it has the shrinkage percentages on there in the product details.
Perfect. Jane,
Yeah.
that was from Kerry. No, it wasn't. That was from Stacey. Kerry says, my mini superfan Amy would love to attempt the stocking. It's gorgeous. You're better get in it, Amy. James, he says, how much fabric would you use to make something like a wallet if you're buying by the half metre?
To make a wallet, you would need a half metre. Unless you wanted to do a separate line and inside, then you could get 2 half metres. But you get a few. You'd probably get a bag out of there as well and a cushion.
Yeah,
as well as a wallet. Yeah.
Valerie says hello, Bernie.
Hi.
And when I do, this is Valerie. This is James again. When I do a back stitch, the fabric gets stuck and mushed in the teeth. How do I stop it? That was when you were doing your back stitch on the machine.
Right. So what you're going to do is when you start sewing, if you find that happens, what's happening is your feed dog's under your foot. If I take the foot off, if your fabric's starting here, right at the edge of your fabric, pop a bit under. What you can tell, I don't know how close you can see on there, but yeah, so you can see the feed dogs are shown here. So what that is they haven't got anything a lot to pull through the machine, if you like, to work.
Yeah.
So if you find that it's dragging down, what you can do is start in a little bit. Obviously, you'd have your foot on.
Yeah.
And also try holding the threads first at the back, just to ease it through. But that's where it is. You just need your feed dogs. And that happens on a lot of machines. It happens on my machines at home. With different fabric, you know, it does depend. Just have a little practice. Right, so all you're going to do then is you're going to place them all in one. I'm conscious, I know we're nearly out of time, aren't we?
You've got 5 minutes, but you're right.
Oh, have I got 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Have I? Loads of time.
Yeah.
So we've got our design there. So I've done the one that I've matched.
Yeah.
With the one I've done there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to join them with a zigzag. So you see, I did that with the wadding.
Oh, right.
Where's my bit? That was handy. I did that, John, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So basically, that's what we're going to do. So it's already quilted because you've done the seam around here. So it's already quilted. So with this, you could make it. I mean, you could make a big, massive bedspread with this. I don't know how long it would take if you weren't stitching, but you could make it as big as you want. But once you've joined these together, it's finished. So you haven't got to then back it and bind it, which puts a lot of people off.
Yes.
And you can work with small pieces of fabric, so you're working with your scraps as well. You don't, you know, if you've got some bits left, put them all together and make a scrappy one.
Okay, before you sew it then, so if you're a hand stitch fan, and the people who hand stitched round the outside of the hexie, how would they then stitch them together if they wanted to carry on hand stitching?
So if you're going to hand stitch it from here, so what you'd do is we wouldn't have them two together. So you're going to have them both together like this, and you're going to put them right sides together, and in effect it's like English paper piecing. If you've done that, you're going to have your pieces here, and you're just going to do a little whip stitch.
Oh yes,
all the way along, and open it out. And then when you put your next one in, again, you just
you can do whatever shape you wanted, really. I mean, you've done a big kind of hexie to put the candle on, but you can do any shapes, really, with it, couldn't you?
And the other thing as well is you don't have to do the zigzag stitch. You can use your decorative stitches. How many of you ladies and gents have a machine with lots of decorative stitches on
and
you don't use?
Yeah, me.
Because you use straight stitch and zigzag, don't you? You don't really use the other stitches. This is a perfect time to use those decorative stitches. I wouldn't do one you want one that's quite wide because you want it to straddle both pieces to hit. But have it on a wider setting, but have a little bit of a practice first. And then what I'm doing is now I'm just going to do zigzag. If I pick the right stitch, I'm going to make it quite wide.
Yeah.
There we go. And then what I'm doing is I'm butting up both of my pieces together, just like we did with that wadding. And then I'm going to start stitching. Now again, use that needle down position. And I'm just going to go all the way to the end. Now I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to pull it out and cut my thread.
Right.
I'm leaving my needle down in the right hand side one.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is take my next piece, which is the centrepiece. Can you see how I've fitted in like a jigsaw?
Yeah.
I'm turning it round, and then I'm going to carry on and do as many as I can in one go, and then I don't have to stop and start.
But that when Louisa's doing her hexes together like that, and she's hand stitching them, she does that, doesn't she? Rather than stopping, she puts another one on and moves her way around.
Yeah.
There.
So I need to, which way am I going? So now I've got a black one, and then I'm going to fit the next one in. And what you'll find is you'll have some that you can do all in one go, and then others that you'll need to do one little strip of. So
Yeah, of course.
if I just finish that off, and then you can see the ones I've done here. So we can see there, if I get rid of my thread, how we've got this zigzag pattern.
Yeah.
I want to hold it to see how close we can get that. There we go.
You
Look.
just frightened everyone off their sofa.
Oh,
They got a
sorry.
big sofa.
As the robin comes towards you. But can you see how we've just done that lovely zigzag there? And I've just done it in a red. You could do it in a gold or a silver if you've got some embroidery threads.
Gold would be lovely,
look
because then you're making a
amazing.
feature of it, aren't you?
I was actually going to do it in gold, John, because I was thinking it would go nice with the fabrics, and then I forgot. And I got me red out at home, so I thought I'll do the same as I've done the sample. But
You get something every single week, doesn't
well, I thought I'd forgot something this morning, but I hadn't.
Gold thread?
I was very organised. Oh no, I did. I forgot the candle. I was going to bring a candle for the mat. So yeah, so there we go. So we've got it all in place there. You're going to zigzag around as many as you can in one go, and then do your single ones, and then you can pop your candle on the top, or like I say, you can put your balls, Brussels sprouts on there as well. You know.
Don't talk about Brussels sprouts. Lo said, can't get sprouts out of my head. Don't think I can face my breakfast now. You make me smile, Bernie. Oh,
I love a Brussels sprout.
not this time in the morning. Oh, it's 10
Oh
o'clock.
no,
now.
it's not. No, it's too early.
The
Dinner
nice covered
time,
in
maybe.
chocolate, I find. All right, thank you very much. Don't worry, Bernie's not going anywhere. She's here for the next ad, doing Quilt She Go. So let's go through some of the fabrics. So the New Forest bundle here. Oh, I put this really neatly in there. Look, I've made a mess of that one. Anyway, so what you get 5 half meters. I'll show you this one when I've laid it out for you. This is gorgeous. This is the bluey red and green one. I think this one's number 2, is it? Yeah, this is number 2. There we go. There we go. Hold that up for you. There you go. So you get half a metre of each of those fabrics. They're lovely. And 10% off today. £31.50 or $42.70. That's that bundle there. Now, my favourite bundle is the darker one. Oh, hang on. Let me just put that down. The dark one here. This is number 3, this one. This is my favourite. Here we go. There's the different colours there. So you get the red circles. Oh, Bernie, I hate to tell you, mine's in the lead now. Overtaking yours. So you get the red, you get the black background, you get that gorgeous mulberry one there. Then you get the berry one, and you get the robins on the black background. Now remember, they are all available by the half metre. If you only want like half a metre or one, then you can do that. Or you can want to buy 3 or 4 metres of one of them, you can do. £31.50 for that bundle. And then last but not least, Bernie's favourite, the paler one, the latte one, which was in the lead till just now. Here we go. So you get half a metre of your latte circles, half a metre of your kind of lime reindeers, half a metre of your berries on white, half a metre of your robins on your latte, and then half a metre of your sprigs, I'm going to call them, on latte as well. £31.50. We'll get you that bundle, 10% off. But remember, they are all available by the half metre. Right. Now, this is gorgeous, this one here. This. Tom 10. Ben Tom. No, hang on. What's it called? Tom 10. We had a boy at Roxco who was called Ben Tom, and I was thinking about him when I did this. £35 is this bundle, 10% off, or $48. Half a metre of each of these fabrics. Now, they are all available by the half metre, except that one. You can't get that one. Beautiful though, but you get all of those in the bundle, £35 or $48, which is your 10% off there. Okay, then I've got the stocking. Now, this is what you can make with it. Now, what Bernie's done is you get I'll show you the pattern in a minute, but she's used a different fabric on the back, which means you can make 2 stockings, or you can make 1 lush stocking and have the print on both sides. There you go. Right, hang on. So let's start at the bottom here. Right, and then I'll just lift it up through the shop for you. God, you can tell the gym's not been opened. Beautiful. That's at $14.99 or $19.99. And then last but not least in this, very, very limited, is this, the double border fabric. Now, I'll show you in a piece like this, first of all. So that's what, if you bought 1/2 metre, that is what you'd get, right? But you can buy 3 or 4 metres of it, it's all joined together. But then, look at the gorgeous border. So that's on both sides. That border is on both sides. I think it's $7.99. Yeah, $7.99 or $10.99 for 1/2 metre. Beautiful. Right. Now, Sunrise Special. These, I have to tell you, half the stock's gone. Half the stock. It's gone. Isn't it lovely? This is Bernie's very own. Oh, there you go. There she is spinning it round. Oh, no, I'm not allowed to sing, am I? There we go. $59.99. Not because of, it's just because people's ears bleed when I sing, that's all. Should be $99.99, right? If you're going to open, let's watch her open it, so I don't have to open mine then. £59.99. £59.99. UK, EU only, this one. You're saving £40 off there. So inside you can put your sewing machine, inside you can put your Gemini machine. The shelf is adjustable, held on by very, very strong one-touch fastening. You've got pockets, 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 pockets. You've got handles on the side. Look at this, look at the casters, right? The casters are just brilliant. Goes everywhere. And then you've got, you won't see this, but you've got a little handle there that goes up three different stages if you want it to. Very, very, very popular this morning. $59.99. Right, June Taylor, quilt as you go. Here we go. We've got 3. Now look at this. You see, I don't understand this. We've reduced the price. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, isn't it? So it's brand new today, this one. This is the June Taylor quilt as you go wine tote. There they are. You get 3 different versions. You get 3 different versions for your $13.99. They're not $13.99 each. So the idea of those is Jill Rep from June Taylor told me this. She says you make them and then you gift them. Because she made one for me and then she said, when you're ready to go to a party or anything, you then gift it to somebody else. You know what I mean? So £13.99. Bernie's going to show you how all these work if you've not seen Quilt As You Go before. Okay, we've got a tote bag. This is lovely. Look at those flying geese down there. Now, this is quite big, this one. This one has been on before. We have had this one before. £13.99, $19.79. You're saving 10% on that price. And in that one, you actually get the webbing for the handle and everything. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then the bibs. Now, these are always popular. This is what Bernie's going to demonstrate first, I think, of the bibs. You get 3 bib patterns. There they are. For £9.89. $14.39 if you want to buy those. Now, what Bernie's going to use is she's going to use Liberty fabrics to make them in, which they are beautiful. Look at these. These are, I love these. I love these. Right, that might be a bit awkward. Right, I'll hold them up like that, but when we come to do them individually, they'll be flat on the table. £7.99 for half a metre. These are, now remember, these are quilting weight. They're not Tana lawn, they're quilting weight, 44 inches wide, 100% cotton and machine washable. This is the summer flower show collection. I'll lift them up individually because there's no bundle in this. They're literally, I'll show you what half a metre looks like of one, and then I'll show you the different patterns, right? So that's your first one. These are all listed on the website, so just go along. You don't need to remember the name. You can literally go along and just click on the picture and put, now they're $7.99 for half a metre, but if you buy 2 half metres, you get them for £14. Oh no. So it's so worth it, isn't it? So that's one. I'll just hold all the others up so you can have a good look at them. Some of them are, this one's so popular. Look at this one. Now I saw somebody on the telly was wearing a frock made out of this one. Oh no, I tell you it was Karen from Wigan going out for the day. wasn't it? She was wearing this one. Got this. When we launched this, she bought it. She's made a frock out of it. £7.99 or 2.5 metres for £14. Then we've got, oh, look at the colours in this one. They're just exquisite. There's no doubting that they are Liberty, are they? Liberty Flower Show Summer. £7.99 for half a metre. Or if you buy 2.5 metres, you get them for £14. Oh no, this is nice as well. Can you imagine? Because you can buy 2.5 metres of fabric still for the 14. Doesn't have to be two different ones. Beautiful. I cause that crease. Can't be anyone else but me. Then we've got this. This is beautiful. Look at these lovely little lilac flowers on this one. Lilac and lemon and green and red. £7.99 or 2.5 metres for £14. Fantastic. Then look at this. This is beautiful. This is saying summer frock to me. So again, £7.99. 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting weight. Remember, these are quilting weight fabrics, which means you can make dresses out of it. You have to make a quilt out of them, but it's because a lot of people think, oh, as soon as you say Liberty, they think, oh, it's Tana lawn. They think it's the lawn weight. Oh, gorge, 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 gorge. Now, do you know what? I think I'm one missing. I think the one with the big flowers is available. Anyway, doesn't matter if I haven't got it here. Go to the website. The website is unless it's sold out before the show started. £7.99. This lovely little ditzy print. This one. Then I've got this is lovely Cosmos in oh no, is this one Cosmos? But anyway, the beautiful, beautiful lilac and mauves and pinks. Very 1940s, that one, isn't it? Beautiful. And then last but not least, from the ones on the table, got this one as well. £7.99. Beautiful. So now Bernie was given the choice of all these Liberty fabrics to do her quilt as she goes. So she's going to cover all three of these that we've just shown you. She's going to cover all three of those, a little bit of each one. So what you started with, Bernie? I'm
going to start with the bib, John.
The bibs.
And as you say, plural, because you get three. So a kit like this, I would expect it. You'd get your instructions, you get your wadding, printed wadding, but not three. And they're all different patterns, which is fab. So you've got, there's a block one with all blocks. You've got one that has triangles on there as well in the blocks, and then you've got the one that's quite strippy. So straight away, again, this one's good for your small pieces, and especially, obviously I want to keep my Liberty fabric, so I don't want to use a lot of it. So if I'm only using a little bit, I don't feel guilty cutting into it, because I know I'm the same as you guys. I hate cutting into fabric. So yes,
can I just ask, have you cut into your Moda yet?
I have, yeah. I've made
she put pictures of her Moda on Facebook that she was like, I can't cut it, cut it.
I made a little pink cushion.
Oh.
I did, I couldn't resist. It was only little bits. So you know when I was saying about the waist, John, look at all this here.
Oh, hang on, let's have a look. Where's that?
On the floor. So this is the end of the bib.
Oh, and that's what you used for your hexes in the last project.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's not waste. You're going to keep all of these bits and use them all up. So I like to get my money's worth. Typical northern lass.
They also look like there's one for like a beginner. Like you almost start with the blocky one, then do the strippy one, and then do the triangle one afterwards. You know what I mean? So it gets slightly harder. Yeah,
that's a good way actually. And what I would say is as well, these instructions are fabulous.
Brilliant.
Absolutely fabulous. And I would read the instructions first, because there's a couple of little quirky bits in.
Oh yeah.
That actually, they're not quirky, they actually work. And one of them I've not heard of before, and I was well impressed, so I'm going to show you that one shortly. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut out your chosen bib, and it tells you to cut it out with a 1/4 inch, obviously you'll read through them all, with a 1/4 inch around the outside of the rectangle.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is get my back and fabric, which tells you how much to cut.
Right.
Gives you the sizes. It gives you the individual sizes to cut for each piece as well. So there's no thinking about it. It's all done for you.
Yeah.
And then we're going to put this wrong side up, and we're going to put this on the back.
It's a very posh bib, if you think about it, made out of Liberty.
Isn't it?
I know.
Isn't it? So I'm going to put the stick and spray on. Now, this is a temporary one. This is actually, this will wash away, but obviously we're going to stitch it. So once it's washed away, if people are worried that you're using a spray for a baby,
Yes.
you can wash the fabric, and this fabric washes amazingly well. I mean, it's Liberty, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
It's quality. So again, like I was doing before, I'm spraying the wad in. Keep that in place. And then this is the quirky bit, what the, I wouldn't say quirky, I maybe picked the wrong word. What it does, it tells you to now sew all around the outside line, or just shy of it. And what that does is, so when we turn it over, and when we put the front pieces on later, and when we turn it over to cut it out, you think, well, I can't, because I can't see my bib anymore, because you've covered it with the fabric.
Oh, of course.
That's your cut line. How fab is that? I love that tip.
Brilliant.
Obviously not one of mine, and I'll always
It will be
give
from
that
now
one
on,
to
though.
June Taylor when I give it out, because I think it's fab. So I'm going to just stitch round there. I'm only going to stitch around a bit of it because I want to get quite a bit done.
Yeah,
so,
of course,
but just
yeah.
to show you, I'm going to show you how you're going to sew around a curve.
Right.
So I've got my needle in the centre position. Oh.
No.
That's because I didn't check my machine after I rethreaded it. Let me just rethread,
Right,
John.
you three thread. I'll take you through the quilt as you goes. So we're going to be doing the bibs, which are these three here. What you get in the packet are the instructions, and you get the wadding with the bibs on it. There they are. £9.89 at 10% off today. At $14.39. Right, I've got tote bags. I was like, I wonder what one of those is. Tote bag. I'm being rude, I shouldn't be. Right, but look, as I said, you also get the webbing in the tote bag for the handles as well. So they don't just give you the pattern. Actually, are we going to show this one at all, Bernie? Because I might get this one out just to show you. Because
I was only going to take it out the bag, that one, so you go ahead, John.
Right, okay.
Go
Look,
for it.
So you get the whole, there's your instructions. If you're thinking, oh, we've got an instruction there in the middle, right? Look, so this is incredible because it's the whole bag on one piece of wadding there, and the straps are down at the front there. I'll hold it up for you there so you can see the straps there. And literally all those lines drawn on there are your placement lines. And in the bag, you also get, like I said, the webbing to make your straps with as well. That's a really good buy at $13.99 or $19.79. And very quickly, before we go back to Bernie, we've got the wine, they were called wine totes. Oh yeah, wine totes. You get 3 of those in there as well. And Bernie will be showing you those again later on. Okay, $13.99. Right, go back to Bernie then, see what she's up to.
Yeah, I've rethreaded now when I'm working. Obviously, I didn't pull my bobbin thread up properly, so my fault. But like I say, it just shows that it happens to all of us, doesn't it? And it's easy fixed. Right, so I just want to give one big tip on sewing around a curve.
Yeah.
So I'm going around this curve here on the centre of the bib neck. What you want to do when you're sewing a curve is you want to go at a steady pace, and you want to ease the fabric. Can you see how I'm moving my hands? I'm not pulling it.
Yeah.
So what can happen is if you pull it as you trying to sew around a curve, you can bend the needle and it can break, and that can actually damage your machine. So you can see I'm actually moving my hands, and then I've got that needle down position on, up down button pressed, and then I'm just going around and I'm just guiding it. I'm not pulling it.
What size stitch are you using to do
So
this?
I've just got a 2.5 on this one, my standard, because it's just a guideline. If I was sewing a curve that I was going to turn through, I would lower it to probably a 2.
Right.
Because you want it quite close, and you are going to trim a curve as well.
Mm-hmm.
And when you trim a curve, obviously you want it to be, you don't want the stitches shown when you go around.
Yeah.
And then to pivot it, I left my needle down, foot up, down, and we'll sew this. So I'm just going to sew this little bit here.
Yeah.
Because that's enough to show on that. But it was just that curve, cut my thread. That curve that I just want to do, because like I say, a lot of people can pull it and think, I'm pulling it round, and that's how, like I say, you can snap your needle. And and damage it, and also you could snag your fabric as well.
And also it's on the bias as well, isn't it? So you don't be stretching because it'll go fluty, won't
Exactly,
it?
yeah. Now you can't see this, but I can see my line there. So when I go to cut, what you could do actually, I should have left my red thread on from the last demo. You could use a different colour so it does stand out more if you've got like a patterned fabric like this, because you're never going to see it. So yeah, so we've done that, and it's going to tell you to sew all the way around. I just absolutely love that tip.
Yeah.
And then it also tells you in here how many pieces you cut and what size. So it tells you for all three. So we're doing this one here, which is the bold baby bib. So I've cut all my colours here. Obviously, that's a colour guide, so you don't need to stick at those colours.
It's just showing you which piece goes where, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are actually going to be stitching by numbers, basically. We're going to find number 1. So we've got number 1 here, and then what will happen is with your piece number 1, if you've cut it to size, it will fit perfectly on that square. And with this first one, that's what you want to do. Follow the guidelines and just place it on. And again, pop a little bit of spray on. You don't need a lot. You can pin it if you want to, but I like to pop a little spray. And like I say, then I would put this in the wash. And then we're going to go to piece number 2, which is here.
Okay, before you go on, so if you've never done this before, you're placing the edge of your cut. You're not gone over the edge, have you? You placed it exactly. It's like a placement line.
It's a placement one for the first one, and it does tell you that in the instructions that first one is a placement, is a placement piece. So then with your second piece, I've cut the size out. If I now line that up on there, it overlaps here. Can you see? It looks too big. So, but it isn't. And again, it tells you what to do. What you need to do is now you need to line this up, because once we're going to stitch a 1/4 inch seam along here, when we press it back, it'll then meet that line. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to place that on. So just right sides together. I love this one. Is it Abbey Wood? I think this one. It's a beautiful turquoise. I can see on my screen here the colour, but I'm sure it's even brighter than on that screen. It's gorgeous. I love it. I like the turquoise and the pink together. I'm not very good on my colours and my colour wheel and things. I don't know if turquoise and pink complement each other, but...
What's it matter if you love it?
How much exactly if they go together?
I just think if Mother Nature puts 2 colours together, then who are we to say that they shouldn't go together? You know what I mean?
So I'm now going to go to a 1/4 inch seam. So it is important to do a 1/4 inch seam on these.
Right.
If it goes off a little bit, don't worry too much. Just have a look and readjust and have a bit of a practice on some scrap fabric. So I've lined up my raw edges. So really, it's as if you haven't got the wadding underneath. You're just sewing your 2 pieces together. So I'm just going to go along there. Now I am going to lengthen my stitch just for speed. But if you find that your machine's struggling to get through the layers, because obviously we've got 3 layers of fabric here and a layer of wadding, just lengthen your stitch. Sometimes that will help, won't it, just to get through the layers. So I'm going to cut that. There we go. Now what the instructions say is not to press at this point, just finger press.
Yes. Now,
or if you've got one of them little roller.
My tip here would be to best press all the fabric before you start.
Yes, I think actually it might even say that, but I didn't.
Oh, does it?
I was being a rebel.
They've got their own version of best press, haven't they?
Yeah, no, I think it does say best press.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, base and spray.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. What that does is just makes the fabric a little bit crisper, doesn't it?
Yes,
to make it
and
easier
if you're
to
not
handle.
ironing it, you just get that nice finger pressing back.
Yeah. So I'm now going to my next piece here, and what I did was I pre-cut my pieces and I put them in order, and that's quite a good tip. And then when you come to do it, you're just taking the next one off.
And otherwise you'd be flailing around thinking, what's that cut for that one?
So I've got those there. Now I'm going to my number 3 here. So again, it's that same size on there, and you think, oh well, it's too big, but that's because it's giving us that allowance.
And it's important to go in the order of the numbers that they've said, isn't it?
Yes. If you follow it around, then they'll fit. They'll fit together perfectly. And the thing is, if you've cut one a little bit too short, you can just cut another piece and use that piece on another project.
Yes,
so it's not the end of the world, because we don't chuck pieces out that we cut wrong, especially not Liberty. So I'm just going to stitch all the way go. And then again, I'm going to finger press. So I'm just going to carry on stitching by numbers. I've only got 3 more to go on. 4, 5, and 6.
While you're carrying on stitch on, can I just say to you, if you are in the... Now, I don't want to say Christmas, but what a brilliant Christmas present would this be, right? The price, I can't... Look, right? So you get an A3 cutting mat, you get a 45mm rotary cutter, and you get the ruler, normally £34.99 for the whole lot, which is a good price anyway. £13.99 this is, £13.90. This rotary cutter, if you went into the shop and bought that, right, £12.99 that is. So if you think you're paying £12.99 for your rotary cutter, 50p for your mat and 50p for your ruler. Very, very popular this morning. You're saving you're saving more than you're spending. Look, you're saving £21. You're only spending £13.99. It's a brilliant, brilliant perk. Not just for, you know, be nice. I think self-gifting is the way to go, to be honest, but there you go. Well, that way you know you're not going to take it back, do you, if you bought something you know you want. Right.
Right, so I'm going to show you a little bit that you might think you've gone wrong, but you haven't.
Right.
So you can see where I've done this bit here. My next one here is number 5.
Yeah.
So if I put my block on, it's fine, it goes over. I'm going to have the 1/4 inch and I'm thinking, oh, hang on a minute. I've got a raw edge there.
Oh, you've got a raw edge there, Bern.
What's going on?
What's going on?
So if you fold it back, can you see this here is your bib? So all of this here is going to get cut out.
Oh,
because that's your waist. So it's this bit, and that bit there covers over there quite a bit.
Did you panic the first time you did it?
I did. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, hang on, what have I done there? Have I done something wrong? I thought, no, I've matched it up. But that's why. So you're covering here. So this has just been so well thought out. And the other 2 kits are, you know, just exactly the same.
Yeah.
So I think, which way do I need that on? So this one, so say it looks like it shouldn't line up, or should be further,
Yes,
but it shouldn't.
yeah.
You could make it longer if you wanted to.
That's wasteful.
But it's exactly. So again, I'm going to do this one, and then I've only got the last one to go on, and then we'll have to cut out. I say you just go around and just finger press all the way around.
Yeah.
And you know what, these would look fab in the Christmas fabrics as well. Or Christmas dinner, but if it's like baby's first Christmas and they've got their own little bib.
Oh,
wouldn't that be cute? We don't have any kids in our family now. They all adults.
Grown up.
They all grown up, yeah. Too young yet for grandparents.
all right.
I think. Yeah. Too young. Well, 18 and 21 they are.
Oh.
So, yeah, too young. My nephew's just started his driving lessons back up again. He's over the moon because obviously he had to stop them.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So there we go. So we've got now, it looks a little bit strange, but we actually now covered for the bib underneath.
Yeah.
And then what you'll do then, what I'm just going to do is just put a little bit of...
I was going to say, you have to be a bit careful those 2 top bits don't flap when you come to
So that's
cut it
why
out.
it's good to put a bit of the stick and spray on.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I haven't sewn all the way around for my guide, but I have sewn around that centre. So I'm just going to cut around there just so you can see that bit. But obviously, what you'll have is your line all the way around here, which is your bib. Now, you can use your rotary cutter if you're careful, or you can go in with scissors. So I'm actually going to go in with scissors.
Yeah, and you're cutting actually on the line of stitches.
So you're cutting, let me just double check, but I'm sure it's a 1/4 inch. Let me find it.
Oh.
Sure it's a 1/4 inch. Yes, 1/4 inch.
1/4 inch inside the line or outside the line. Oh.
So
this is
I stood back there and forgot that I was on camera. I'm actually reading it while I'm cutting here, and it isn't. It's just next to the line.
Right.
But I say check. So I'm just going carefully just around that inside bit, but you would do this around the whole one and using that stitch line that you did as a guide.
Yeah.
And then I wish I'd left it in the red now. Would have stood out. Never mind. And then cut up the top. There we go. Keep that bit spare, look.
Oh.
That's spare. There we go. So if we turn it round now, what we can see is it's starting to shape. Now what we're going to do is put binding on here.
Right.
So where you've got the raw edge there, again, that's going to be covered in your binding.
Into your binding.
Yeah. So don't worry. So you're going to cut all the way around.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is just going to get my rotary cutter and just go up one side and just show you a little bit of the binding.
Right.
So I'm just going to cut this one back just so we can see. And we can just see how easy that what have I got under there? Now I put a new blade in here.
Oh.
Because did I give Louisa a dodgy blade last week?
Yeah, she
Bless
did.
her. I only caught a little bit when I turned on when I got home, and I thought, oh, because I got it out the cupboard, and it must have been one that, yeah. So this is what happened. I've put a new blade in here of my own blades, and it obviously wasn't a new one. I have 2 cases at home, one for old and one for new. So honestly, I'm not having much luck with that, but it's cut there.
It's cut, yeah.
Where's my bin? Right. So the instructions also tells you how you make your binding.
Right.
And it's saying that you must cut it on this bias.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen, so I've cut mine here, 60 inches you need to go all the way around.
You wouldn't think it, would you? But also a lot of quilters they make their binding straight, don't they, quilters? So,
Yes.
so for a lot of quilters to make a bias binding be different, go against the grain, as it were.
Yeah, I rarely use bias binding because
Yeah.
I'm usually cutting the straight binding.
Yeah.
But what the difference is, if anyone doesn't know the difference, what it does, it gives you that stretch.
Yeah.
So when you're going around to curve, it helps.
Yeah.
And when you're joining it, you're always going to join it on a 45 degree, on a 90 degree angle, so you get that 45 degree join.
Yeah.
And then I've just cut all of mine off. And I cut it from the end of the fabric because I didn't want to waste any of the fabric. Honestly, I'm a proper skinflint. Right. So what we're going to do,
Yeah.
now it depends how you want to do it. It tells you to put it on the front on this one, and then you're going to hand sew it on the back. Mm-hmm. But it's totally your choice. If you want to put it on from the back and then you want to machine stitch it down from the front.
Yeah. Well, you think how many times this is going to go through the wash?
Exactly. I think I would prefer to machine it, although I do hand stitch my quilts. I don't often hand sew. So I'm going to put this one on from the back.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, and you're not going to fold it neither.
Right.
So you're going to leave a little bit of a tail, and then where's me clips? Leave a little bit of a tail, and then we're going to sew down. So I'll just sew this little bit on and show you how you turn it over.
Yeah.
Obviously, you would go all the way around, and I say because you've got that bias edge, when you come to do those curves, it's a lot better to lay flatter. There's nothing worse than it all being creased, isn't there?
No, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm just doing a little bit of reverse at the start. And then I just sew all the way up the end. And I say you'd go continuously all the way around. There we go. I'll just take that little bit out just to show you. And cut that off.
Spent hours making that bias binding, you're just chopping it off now.
I know. Right, so we've got this here. Now, what I like to do when I'm doing bias binding is just give it a little, or when I do my binding actually on my quilts as well. Once I've put it on one side, I like to give it a press.
Oh, yeah.
I think it lies flatter, doesn't it? And all you're doing basically is just opening that seam up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that because I might press it actually. And then if we're going to flip it back over this way, and then what you're going to do is press over there. Now again, you could press this with your iron if you want. I find it more manageable if I don't. So you're going to press it over, and then you're going to bring it over. And what you want it to do is just cover your stitches. So if I don't put it over far enough, can you see? I can see my stitches there. So I just wanted to bring it over here and have it there. And then if I clip that, and I find I'll sit and clip with the quilting clips, clip it all on,
Yeah.
all the way. I've moved them. Thought I lost them. I do love my clips. I have loads of clips.
I can imagine.
I have loads. So you're going to clip all the way, and then you can sew. So this is the one. So if you've sewn it on from the front, this is what your back's going to look like.
Yes.
And then if you are going to hand stitch it, basically you just want to catch a little bit of the thread in the top bit, a running stitch on the bottom, and like a little whip stitch again. So similar to when you're doing your English paper piece and that sort of little whip stitch, just all the way along. But I'm going to do it from the front because I do want a machine stitch.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do now, and I'll just stitch this little bit down. And this is where it's good if you do take your time when you're doing it, because you want it nice and neat. So I'll just clip that on there. Say you would have that cut off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to position it on. I'm going to lengthen my stitch. So I'm going to do a 3.5. And then when you get it under here, just take a few seconds just to get it lined up. And what you want it to be is just touching the end of the fold.
Yeah.
So not the edge of the bib, just the end of the fold. And if you move your needle down just by hand, you can then just adjust it. And you can get your eye in if you like. So I'll put needle down again. I'll get rid of that one now. And then I'm going to slow my speed down because I usually go full speed ahead, but I'm going to slow my speed down. And then I'm just going to work along. So I'll just do this little bit. And you're just going to work along just to keep that one. And I say you can do it in a matching thread if you're not confident, because I know a lot of people like to have a contrasting thread.
Oh no.
But I think sometimes if you're not confident, match your thread if you can.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, John, when you're matching, but my mum always taught me that if you've got two colours and one's a bit lighter and one's a bit darker, go with the lighter one.
Oh, now isn't that funny? Because as
Which
a dressmaker, period, you'd always go for a darker one.
Ah.
It's choice, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's your mother. She's got that wrong. Anne-Marie.
Yeah. Anne-Marie.
You got that wrong.
I'll tell her to watch it back. So look at that, lovely.
Fab.
Isn't that lovely and neat? So that's the front
Yes.
rib. So if I turn it over so you can see the back, what should happen is, which is, phew, the stitching should just be on your backing fabric rather than your binding.
But doing it your way, like this now, is if it does slip, it doesn't matter because it's on the back. And if you've done it the other way round, you've got your wonky bit on the front then. You don't really want that, do you?
You know me so well now, John, don't you?
No, I know. I'm only by my own problems as well.
That's one of the reasons why you can see it. So that there, and then I say you go all the way around, and then that's your bib finished, and then you can move on to the next one.
Brilliant.
That's bib's done.
Right, Shadiyar says, good morning, nice to see you, Bernie. Diane says, thank you, Bernie, a great project for beginners. And Patricia says, I've made this. It's lovely and very, very easy.
Oh, good.
Ray says, what beautiful fabric it is. It's gorgeous Liberty fabric. And Jackie says, what a lovely project, Bernie. Thank you very much indeed. And Michelle says, good morning to all. A bit late. I'm watching whilst, in between tests at the hospital. Hoping to get some today. Oh, she's got meningitis. Michelle, you take care, my love. You be very, very careful. Sending you lots of love. Right. So what you do? What are you going to do next?
I'm going to do the wine tote
No, that's
next.
close to go bib. That's this one here. That's your $9.89 there. That one. 10% off. We're moving on to the wine tote now, which is this one here. Which is, I don't think we've had this one here before. $13.99, $19.79, brand spanking new. You get 3 different versions. When you say wine tote, it's, when you buy those bags from your supermarket to take a bottle of wine or give a bottle of wine, this is, you've already quilted the whole thing. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Again, we're going to do them in the Liberty fabric, but imagine how gorgeous they'd be in if it's a Christmas dinner you're going to, or Christmas lunch or something, take some wine with you. Imagine how lovely they'd be in Christmas fabrics as well. 10% off, brand spanking new today, £13.99 or $19.79. I've also got the tote bag coming up. I do apologise, it's very dry now. I'll have a little drink of my water in a second. Here's your tote bag, $13.99, $19.79. Now, what are you going to do first? You're going to the wine tote, are you now? Bern, wine check.
I am, yes.
There you go.
It's a bit early, but you know.
No, somewhere in the world it's 5 o'clock.
Exactly. But again, the offer on this one, you're getting 3 different ones as well. Do you know what? I didn't clock the price of the bib. £9, was it £9.89?
Yeah.
Like £3.30 for a bib. That's, you know, if you went out to buy one like that, how much would you pay?
You pay that much for one of those paper ones in my supermarket.
Exactly.
Yeah?
And then you've mentioned Liberty fabric as well. But like you say, these would look amazing in the Christmas fabrics as well. And I was very tempted to use the Christmas fabrics for this one, but I thought, no, I'll be good and I'll use the Liberty.
That's good.
So yeah, so again, it's a similar sort of concept to the bib where you've got the binding to finish as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you how you would start one off. Obviously, we're not going to get the whole one done.
No, of course not.
But you're getting, again, those full instructions as well. And the 3 different patterns that you get, so you're getting one that's a stripy, you're getting one that's on the diagonal, and then you're getting the blocky one. And it's this bottom one here that I'm going to start off on today. So you're getting the 3 different designs. Again, it's that quality wadding that you get. And look at all these bits that you get left over. I'll be zigzagging that later, John.
Yes.
Everyone loves zigzag wadding. So you're getting a lot left over. So when you get the panel, I mean, it's rammed in to the packet. You get so much when you take it out. Not rammed badly, but
you get a lot. You get a lot packed.
You get
in
a
your
lot,
package.
yeah. So you're getting all. I mean, you can see. You can't even hold it up, John.
Yeah.
See how big you're getting the whole pieces. You're getting those circles which are for the base.
Yeah.
As well. So we've got that one. No, I don't know where I've put my other one because I had 3. Oh yeah, it's there.
Oh, there we go.
That's it. We've got another one. Oh, I was a bit optimistic. I cut 2 out. So that's the other one. That's not the one we're doing.
Oh.
It's this one. So Johnny was asking me before, are you ready, Bernie? I'm giving him the thumbs up and I hadn't even put my demo on the table. So again, what it's doing in the instructions is telling you what pieces to cut. So for the base, it tells you to cut them out. I've just cut that out quite rough, with about 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 an inch all the way around the outside. And then it's telling you to cut 2 5-inch squares. Now, if you were doing this in the Christmas fabric, you've got those 5-inch charms. You could put one of them on
the bottom, would you?
Because, well, it's a nice surprise. Every when you lift something up, the base is always boring, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So if something is a nice surprise underneath. So we're cutting them out there, put them to the side. And then again, it gives you all of the measurements on each one. It'll tell you underneath each one how many pieces to cut. So for example, on this one, it's in this pattern's great for use with pre-cut 2.5-inch strips. So if you've got fabric rolls, this is great to cut them down, and it'll tell you pieces 1 to 13 of that size, 14, 15 that size, 16, blah blah blah, all up to the end, and then you know how you've got them all. And again, have them all cut in order. So I've cut the first few in order. The rest I've just got my strips if I get time to cut any.
Right.
With me old blade in my rotary cutter. Can't believe I thought I'll treat myself to a new blade. So the same way as well, you'll see that it's pretty similar how you started off. So it tells you how big to cut your backing fabric. Yeah. And then it'll tell you to put it on the back and stick and spray it. So let's just put a little bit of that on. I stick and spray all the time. I love it.
With the window open, I hope.
Sorry?
With the window open.
Yes, I always have it well ventilated.
Yeah.
And when I'm spraying.
like in here.
Especially if I'm doing a quilt, because you're spraying quite a lot.
Yeah, of course.
For that. So I'm just spraying that. And I say, I'll lie half of it down and then pull that bit back.
Yeah, good idea.
Bit on. So it is fun when you're trying to baste a whole quilt. But I have a big, massive table that I have to clear it first, like. Okay. And then get it all laid up. So we're just going to get that all laid down on there. Perfect. There we go. And then now, How are we doing
Where's
that?
number 1?
Yeah, so with this one, we don't have to do that sewn around.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to on this one. However, if it does help you to do it, then you can do that by all means. But this one, because it's straighter pieces, you haven't got those curves to worry about.
Yeah.
But if you want to do that, it is a great...
I think I would do just hold the backing in place,
Yeah.
because I know you've sprayed it, but then if it's stitched there, it's not going to go anywhere, is it?
Exactly. So yeah, so you would just do exactly the same again if you did. Just go around that outside line, and we know that's our line there. Right, so again, then what we'll do is going for the numbers again. So we're going to start for number 1. So if we'll go for piece number 1... Oh, I think I might have put these upside down.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. I've made it a bit wider. Half a job. So number 1 goes flat. So like that first one, it's not going right side together. That's going within those lines. I've put mine a little bit wider. Again, just give that a little spray, or you can pop a pin in.
I need to warn you, a third of the stock has been checked out already on these wine totes. They will sell out today.
And then number 2, again, so the same process. So we're going to put it right sides together. And if we imagine once we've done the 1/4 inch seam, I'll put it the right way, Bern. Wait. There we go.
There you go.
And it'll go that way. So I would test that like I've done there before you sew it.
Yes, especially on when they look like squares.
Yeah, it's quicker, it's quicker to test it and flip it than have to unpick it.
Yes.
That nearly rhymes, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That nearly rhymes. So because I've got quite a bulk here, I am going to just pop a pin in there.
Right.
Just so it doesn't move when I take it to the machine. And this is quite soft, so it just bunches up under there.
Yeah.
So we're back to our 1/4 inch seam allowance. And we're just going to sew along. Oh, I'm on my slow speed. I thought, what have I done there? It's a bit slow. And then out of there, and then back over. And again, just give that a finger press. Like that, or if you've got one of them little roller ones. And you can see there that that goes up to the line. Now, it's now telling me to go this side at number 3.
Right.
So if you're quite competent or confident in doing these, if you've done them before, what you may do is just work all the way up and then go to the sides.
Okay.
But if you're not sure, then stick to the numbers, follow the numbers.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna put a spanner in the works here now.
Oh, what have you done?
Penny Allen, who, if I'm not wrong, I think she used to own the house I live in.
All right.
She says, when you put the bias binding around the bib, how do you do a corner?
Right. So...
Sorry, I don't want to...
That's all right. What I'll do... I'll just sew this one on. I might not have enough binding on the outside. If we'll have enough time to show it. It'll take me a couple of minutes. Shall we go for it? All right. Shall we pause from the wine?
Yeah.
Was it Penny who... Well, we'll have to if she used to live in your house.
Yes. I mean, it could be another Penny Allen, but I know that Penny who sold me my house, who moved away, and now she's moved back to the village. She's called Penny Allen as well, so I'm presuming it's
Right,
her.
give us 1 minute to get me...
All right, well, I'll tell you about these
I'll
because
just get
these
my
are actually
stuff.
flying out. The wine totes, absolutely flying at £13.99 or $19.79. You're saving 10% this morning. Make sure you get it. Make sure you get those because they're going. I've also got the tote bag one. Tote bag one is here now. I'm just showing you the pack. I've obviously you will get a wadding in yours and webbing and things. $13.99, $19.79. Quilt as you go, tote bag, not a quote bag. And you also get the webbing in that one as well to make the handles. You cover the handles in the fabric to make sturdy handles because it's quite a big bag. If you're going to fill it with potatoes, then you want a nice sturdy handle, don't you? Are you ready for me, Bernie?
I am, I'm
ready. There you
ready.
go.
Right. So, I'll do it on a piece of this one here because I've got a little bit of that. That'll be enough. Right, so what you're going to do when you come to the outside...
Yeah.
I'm thinking it'd be better to show you with a wider bit of fabric. Let me sew it on first, would help. Right, so let me just sew this little bit down. if anyone's managed, I know I don't think they're in stock at the minute, we've got our mitre tool that we have. If you've got one of that, that's perfect for this. But obviously, if you don't have a mitre tool...
You're going to be all right with that one, Bernie?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I have got one in my tool bag, but I don't want to use it if we haven't got them in stock.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because I know they were so popular. Oh, I went backwards. I didn't mean to. There we go. Right. So what you're going to do is you're going to sew one side up to the corner.
Right.
And you're going to stop 1/4 of an inch away. I've gone a little bit close, but we'll be fine. And then what you're going to do is then fold it back on itself. So you can see how I've done it sort of on a 45-degree angle there. And then fold it back on itself there. And then again, we want to sew 1/4 inch down.
Yeah.
But what you don't want to do is get that fabric in there. I don't think I've cut my corner very 90 degrees, but that'll be right.
And this is, this is how you do it with a straight quilt. If you've got bias binding, you do exactly the same going around this corner. You don't try and bend it round like you would a curve.
So was Penny saying a round corner or a corner?
She says when you put the bias binding round the bib, how do you do the corners?
Ah, right, so that's different. So I'm going to change.
Okay.
I'm going to change it. Saying it'll take me 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Right, so I'm just going to round off freestyly on the corner.
Yeah, because the bib obviously they've not got square corners, it's all curved, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Penny.
No, it's all right, it's all right.
All right, so here we go then. Right, so I do need my bias.
Yeah.
Right, so what we're going to do is like we did before, we're going to start on the straight edge.
Right.
And we're just going to... The needle up-down position's perfect for this. Now, I have my bib underneath and I have my binding on the top. Because you've got that stretch, what you want to do is, if we can see, I don't know how well you can tell, I've got the curve coming out here. But my binding is straight. And I'm looking here about 1 inch in front of my foot. And I'm stitching a little bit. And then I'm turning the bottom bit, but I'm keeping my bias straight.
Right.
If you like, in front of me.
Yeah.
Stopping again, turning the bottom, but keeping the bias straight. And what that does is then it eases it round. And sometimes you might have to lift the foot up a little bit. But can we see how we've got little ruffles here?
Yeah.
Because you've left your needle down, you've got those little ruffles. You just smooth them round with your
because as
finger.
long as the bit you're sewing is flat, you don't need to worry about the other bit ruffling.
Exactly. And I used to always be looking too far ahead and thinking, well, that's not right. I need it all lined up and clipped. But you don't.
Not with bias,
it's more of a hindrance, isn't it? So we're just going to go around there. There we go. So we're off the curve there. And then when we turn it over, I'll get it round so we can see. So it'll look like it's a bit strange. It looks like you've put a gusset in a bag, doesn't it? A bit like that. But what you're going to do is you're not going to trim your corner. You're going to bring that over. And as you just ease it in, you see how we've got that lovely curve there.
Because you've got the stretch in the bias. It goes round the corner, doesn't it?
Exactly. So if I then go around like that and start stitching, so I'll quickly do that. That's good because a lot of people, if they haven't done something before and they're not quite sure, it's good to see.
Oh no, definitely, because as I say, lots of people, if they've just done quilting before, will have only done straight edges, won't they?
Yeah. So then all you're going to do is just tuck that under. Now what I find is, I haven't got my little scissors out, but what I find is I have my little pair of scissors next to me, or my seam ripper.
Yeah.
Obviously you just need it, you just easing that fabric under the fold just to get it round. There we go. Oh, nearly done. So now, there we go.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful. And there's not one little crease in there. You've got it perfectly rounded.
Brilliant. Thank you,
So
Bernie.
there you go,
for that. I
Penny.
hope that was good for you, Penny. Right. Going back to... should we go back to the wine? Will you go back to the wine total? We don't...
Have we got time to do some more?
Yeah, look.
We've got loads of time.
Yeah, loads of time.
I'm getting myself carried away with me buyer's band.
Sorry,
now.
Bernie, that's my
It's
fault.
all right. No, it's good. Like I say, I like to... I'm all one for sharing my knowledge, and if I can help someone...
Yeah.
That I think I'm doing, that's part of my job.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that I've done my job, that I'm helping people. So I say I'm following my numbers, so I'm just going to go along and keep putting on the number of squares. Now, I'll pop another couple on, and then I'll show you how you do one of these sides, even though obviously we haven't put them all on. But you can see how they're so easy to do in that you're just following the numbers.
Yes.
Oh, I nearly went the wrong way there. If you're not sure, you know, you can always cut your pieces bigger. If you are not sure.
Yeah, because it's not going to be that much wasted. It's only going to be like half an inch here or half an inch there, isn't it?
And the other thing I would say is if you struggle to get your 1/4 inch seam, if you make it smaller than 1/4 inch, it's better because it'll still reach. And the thing is, if you get to the end and you're a bit short, you just put another bit of fabric on.
Yeah.
The whole point is that you're using, I mean, this is great for like fabric ranges because you can use all different types of fabrics from the range that often you don't see. You don't get to see some of them, and you only need a little bit.
Well, you can do it from if you're thinking, I want to make them, but I haven't got any money for fabric. Everyone's got 2.5 inch squares in their stash.
Exactly.
Now, please be careful because half the stock of these wine totes have now been checked out.
They're really good. Like I say, you're getting 3 in here, and if you go and get those bags, I'm always frightened the bottle's going to fall out because the string goes through the hole at the top, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm always scared it's going to fall out the bottom. Oh, see, I've jumped ahead there and done the wrong side. Oh no, I'll go up this side because I want to show that side bit.
Yeah.
See, I haven't followed my numbers, John.
Oh.
There we go. But yeah, because also as well, I mean, if you're gifting a bottle, obviously to gift them in a lovely bag as well like this.
Buy a cheaper bottle.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I was thinking, but yeah, that's a bonus. But people know that you've put the thought into it as well.
Yes, exactly.
Don't they?
And it's not just a paper one that will go in the bin the next morning, get soggy or get thrown away with wrapping paper, is it? You know.
And like I say, I don't trust the strength of those handles because I've bought gift bags before that have like the rope handles in the top, but it's just pierced through the papery card and it's come away. And I'm thinking, well, if you've got a heavy bottle in there, you know, you don't want to be spilling your wine everywhere.
Exactly.
All right. Let's get these 2 quickly on and then I can show you those side bits. But just shows how, you know, how straightforward they are once you read through the instructions. And I'm not sure, I'm not actually sure if there's a website as well that you can go to.
Oh, there is. The June Taylor website is fantastic.
Do they have like tutorials and things on there?
Yeah, and also, if you're ever confused about anything, you can email them, and within 24 hours, if you've lost your instructions or anything like that, within 24 hours, they've emailed you the instructions or the answer to your question. Their customer service is brilliant. All you've got to remember is that they're in America, so if you ring now, it's the middle of the night there now, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
That's brilliant. That's really good because I know like with us, our customer service is, we pride ourselves on it, that we're there to help people. Sharon and Catherine. I'll give a shout out to Catherine as well.
Oh, they're all brilliant. They're all brilliant.
I said I'd mention Catherine.
Sharon.
I was talking to her yesterday, and I said, I'm going to give you all a mention tomorrow. They're a great bunch of girls in the team. If you are stuck with anything,
there's a boy that works there now.
Give them a ring.
The
We've
boy
got the
called Shay
shear
that
as
works
well.
there now,
yeah, the shear as well. Right, so pretend I've done all of my blocks. I have, for what you can see. I'm up to number 20 now, John.
Oh,
How
wow.
good was that? Now, on here, it does tell you how thin to cut the pieces. 12 by 1.5 inches. But I'm just going to use this strip here. This shows you that you don't have to have it exact. You can have it bigger if you want and you don't feel comfortable. So, again, all you're going to do is right sides together. Line your piece up. And again, we're going to sew down 1/4 inch. Now, you can see here I'm over this line quite a way, but I don't want to leave myself short.
Yes.
So I'd rather have that little bit of overhang
Oh, yeah, definitely.
on there. And if you feel, say that you need to pin it, you can't really clip this because it's not at the edge.
No.
Where's the end? And again, we're just going to go along there, 1/4 inch. I'm using a 3-length stitch on here because I'm going through quite a lot of layers of fabric. I'm just going to stitch all the way at the end. But yeah, I think these would look fab in the Christmas fabrics as well. Well, everything. When I saw that Tom 10 fabric in the panels, I just couldn't believe. They're quite quirky, aren't they?
Yeah,
it's like quite cute, like whimsical sort of feel to them. Right, so I've got that one stitched on there. And then again, I'm just going to finger press this back. And you can see there, if I double that over to pretend I've done it the right
width.
right width. We've got that there, and then you're going to put the other one on and the other two on this side. And then you've got the panel made up then.
Yeah.
So you're then going to follow the rest of the instructions, trim it round.
Yeah.
And then you're going to join the side seams up. So if I hold it up this way like this, so you can see in effect what it's going to be.
Yeah.
I'll hold it up like that way. So we can see there, so how it's going to be. This bit's all going to be trimmed off here.
Yeah.
We're going to join the side seams. We're going to put the binding around the handles.
Bias
So if I show-
binding, yeah.
Yeah, the bias binding. So I'll show you on the picture, you can see there. Bias binding. And then what we're going to do is that centre circle, you'll then have a circle in the bottom.
Yeah.
That you're going to sew that circle into the bottom, and I would hand stitch that on. I'd machine on one side and hand stitch on the other, and then that's your wine toe finished.
Brilliant. And then the tote bag is exactly the exact same
Yes.
technique, but you go to the June Taylor website and you can see a tutorial there as well. So please be careful then. These are the Quilts You Go wine totes, £13.99, $19.79, 10% off. We've also got the tote bag. Now mine's already open there. You get the wadding and you get the webbing and you get the instructions. It's just one bag. There's just one bag in there. The others have obviously been 3, but you just get one bag. £13.99 or $19.79. Again, 10% off today. And then the bibs are here. I think these must be nearly sold out, aren't they, the bibs? Well and truly, very, very popular. The bibs here, £9.89, 10% off. At $14.39, 10% off. Now, Liberty Fabrics, now they are all available on the website, but these are quilting weight. I'll just lay them all out because I don't want to go through all of them individually, but they are exquisite. You don't have to use them for the bib. You can use them for the tote. You can use them for the wine tote. You can use them to make a blouse. You can use them to make a skirt. You can make a gorgeous quilt out of these because it's quilting weight cotton, 44 inches wide, 100% cotton, machine washable. There's the one that Bernie loves that she was just using them. All on the website. Nice big pictures. Great big pictures of them. Please, please, please. There you go. There they all are. They're all available on the website. $7.99 for half a metre. Bernie, two half metres, £14. Bernie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Lovely.
Thank you for my gorgeous, gorgeous cushion.
You're welcome.
No doubt we'll see you again very, very soon. Right, now, while we sort this all out, we want you to have a look at this little video. It's all about Club Inspire. Now, it's so worth joining. Make sure you join today. Look.
Welcome to Club Inspire, our free loyalty club. As a member of the club, you can save up to 20% every time you shop with us. For every £1 you spend, whether it's in one of our stores or on our website, you'll collect 1 loyalty point. The more points you have, the more benefits you'll receive. As a welcome present, we'll give you 20% discount with your very first order. Once you place your first order, you'll be given 250 points straight away, making you a bronze member. This will mean that you'll receive a 5% discount on all of your purchases until the end of the next calendar year, plus priority postage. 500 points takes you up to silver membership, where you'll get 10% discount plus free shipping when you spend over £20. When you get to 750 points, you'll become a gold member, which gets you a whopping 15% discount on every order and will ship them to you completely free, no matter how big or small they are. Spend over £25 and we'll send them to you via our premium next day delivery courier service. When you reach 1500 points, you'll become a platinum member, giving you the same shipping benefits as a gold member, but with the added bonus of a massive 20% discount on all of your purchases. Now on top of that, you'll receive exclusive discounts, sneak peeks of brand new products, special offers and money-saving vouchers. You'll have access to an exclusive secret Facebook group to meet like-minded friends, to find out information first and to be inspired by all the crafty makes. We'll send you a completely free quarterly Digimag direct into your inbox, giving you lots of hints, tips, inspiration, additional offers and some sneaky behind the scenes gossip from the team. So what are you waiting for? Become a member of our club today.
Sarah's soft side life, but not today. Leann's. It's Leann's day. Gorgeous Leann's with me again for the next 2 hours. But before we do anything, I need to tell you about the mystery bundle. Now, every single week we do the mystery bundle and it sells out. In this one, you get 4 half meters of designer fabric, plus you get a project, which I'm not going to show you. I'll let Leann show you when she's ready. It's £20. £20. Now, the fabrics inside are designer. They're 100% cotton, they're quilting weight, and they are collated so that they all go together. So don't be thinking I'll get one Christmas, one geometric, one spot. They're beautifully collated so they all go together. You are saving more than you're spending. Okay? Now, I'm supposed to be doing a little thingy, aren't I? I'm supposed to be doing a little thingy of what else is coming up in the next 2 hours. Have a look at this. So during this next 2 hours, this is what Leann's going to be showing you. There's a Lock Pro. Now this is UK only, but look, you get the threads with it. And, now it doesn't say it on there. Oh, it will in a minute. You get 500 bonus points if you buy that. If you buy that, you get 500 bonus points added to your Club Inspire. I know, £228.99 for an overlocker. What's next? Have a look at this. Now look, these are good. These are Builder Block expansion packs. They're $23.99. Now, you're saving 20%, look. They are more expansion blocks for if you've got your Gemini cutter and your Builder Blocks, they are expansion packs. £23.99 or $35.96. You're saving 20%. Okay, what next then? Oh, these lovely fabrics, the Threaders Vintage. Now, I've not got these, but Leann will have those later for you. They're $5.99 for half a metre. Now, look, a bog off. It's a bog off. A bog off. You buy one and you get one for free. Oh, no, how fantastic. Look at they're lovely, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. That's coming up later. Oh, now we've got quilting stencils coming up as well in this next. I've got loads, haven't we? I told you. Now, look at this, right? Look how much they should be. I can't add it up. 23 plus 33, 56. That's at least 56 pounds. 56.97. You're getting them for £23 or $26. They're lovely. They're quilting stencils. You get all of them. All of those for your £23. You get now the different packet. I'll let Leann take them through because you get feathers. You get Celtic. And geometric, that's it. I knew I couldn't remember the words. Thank you, Johnny. Okay, now look at this mark away spray. That's a bog off as well, isn't it? It is, look, half price, that one is. $7.99, you normally pay $7.99 for one. you're going to get two. This is UK only again, £7.99 for the two of those. Now, you might have seen on the wall behind Bernie this morning, it's still there, great big quilt with all the letters on. This is a build a block even, alphabet and numbers die set, saving, it's half price. It's half price, so you're saving £35. And then, isn't that brilliant? Last but not least, the masks. We've still got, there's not many of these left. £16, you get a panel to make 6 masks. I think you either get square ones or you get curved ones. I've only got them in the 2 colourways today as well. So you have to be careful on that because actually from Friday, you've got to wear them in the shop, haven't you? You have to wear one if you go to a shop. So if you haven't got them now, you need to get them. Anyway, should we get on with this mystery bundle? Because £20, you'll get 4 half metres of fabric, plus you get a little project. And if Leann's ready, which is, bang, bang, crash, bang, bang. She's not ready, is she? Yeah, it's just a quick turn. No breaks. Where else you have no breaks? I know. Anyway, so this a bundle, you get £20.26.
I'm ready.
What for?
Oh
though?
my
That's
word!
the problem.
I got my wire and my foot pedal stuck under me step, John.
Oh no!
And so the machine was here when I was doing that, and the machine wouldn't come up to the table. Oh, the fun and the joy and the frolics we have on live TV,
yes,
isn't it?
Exactly.
Now, we're going to be looking at the Lock Pro, aren't we, John?
Yes, we are.
So you might wonder why I've got my Gemini Pro on the table.
Yes.
And that is because we're going to do some fantastic, I'm saying they're fantastic, I think they are because I use them all the time myself, storage bags for when you're packing. And I'll talk you through why they're special when we do them.
Right.
But they do need a zip in. So I like to put my zip in on my Lock Pro and then move over to do the construction, on the Gemini Pro, move over to do the construction on the Lock Pro.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to get my little zip foot out actually, because I could do with a zip foot.
Right.
And I love the fact that we've got, because we had this on last week, didn't we? So you'll still be on the website if you want to go and have a look. I love the fact that we've got that fabulous little storage compartment on the Lock Pro because Gemini Pro. So, yes, Gemini Pro. Because it just makes it all the pros, including me and you today, John.
Yeah.
I love the fact that it's in there because all your little feet are in the right place.
Yeah.
Right, so I've got my zip foot on now.
Right.
So
what are you using then?
I am using Fabric-wise.
Yeah.
Fabric-wise, whatever this fabric is from whichever bundle it's in.
Okay, perfect. Right, okay.
And I think it is actually from the mystery bag, John.
Oh, okay.
It's mystery bag fabric that I've got. So
Brilliant.
It is a mystery what you're going to get. You might not get exactly this one, but it will be equally as gorgeous.
Yeah.
Okay, so mystery fabric. Now, what you need when you get that is you need to cut. And do you know what I love about these bags is the size is really quite irrelevant. It's just however big you want your finished bag to be, and you don't need to do the exact, needs to be 10 inches by 20 inches to get the right fold in the right place to make it work. You just need some simple rules.
Right.
So you need a nice long piece so that when you've got it in half, that is approximately the size of the finished bag I'm going to have. Does that look like the right size? Looks good to me. So this is great for using up all your scrap pieces that you've got as well, because you're not actually confined to needing to cut a specific size of fabric. Or if you've got your half metre, what I usually do is I fold it in half lengthways, cut it down the middle, and then to make 2 big storage bags from that one piece. And I'll explain why as we go along.
Right.
Now, what I then need is another smaller piece. You can see there, the same width, but the depth doesn't really matter. It's just however far down you want your zip to be in the middle, okay? So this could be a little bit wider and the zip would be more near the middle. Really doesn't matter that much.
Right.
And what we're going to do is insert our zip onto this little piece and onto the end of this piece here, put the zip on, and then we're going to construct it on the Lock Pro.
Brilliant.
So I've cut my zip, and I absolutely love, I could not be without our zips on a roll. They're just so incredibly versatile because we're going to do 3 different sizes of this bag actually today, John.
Oh, crikey.
And you can see we've got a lovely big wide one, a little small one for
Yeah.
bits and bobs you want to put in, and a medium size. And so having the zips on the roll is fantastic because I can have a zip for all of those different projects just from that roll.
They're all available on the website, in different colours as well.
Yes, absolutely. Now, first things first, we're going to put a couple of little tabs on the end of our zip. And again, I'm just going to pop that in a tack in place with my Stitch Pro. So I've got 2 little squares of fabric. They're around 2 inches by 2 inches, and I've just finger pressed that in half.
Right.
Okay, and then when I do that, I put the folded edge in towards the middle of my zip, and the raw edge goes on the outside of the zip there. And then all I do is just a little tacky stitch just to keep that in place and stop it slipping around.
Right.
So we'll do that first. I need the foot pedal out. Our Bernie likes the foot pedal, but foot pedals and boxes to get you higher don't really work. So I'm going to use our what's the word? I'm going to use
Push
the
start stop button.
Yes, my start stop. That's exactly what I'm doing. Thank you.
You're all right there. It's not-
I know what it is. Our Bernie's got a different setting that she likes, and it doesn't work with my. She does it on a different stitch width rather than the standard stitch width. She always changes it,
Yeah.
and it doesn't like my zipper foot.
Yeah.
So if I reset that, this will now work. So on and off, and there we go.
That's good though.
Oh, my
it won't
word.
let you do something, isn't it?
What is Bernie on? How fast does she need that machine? Good grief. Right, I'm going to do that again. I've put it on a sensible speed for a normal sewer, not a ridiculously fast. I bet she's got a Harley Davidson in her garage.
I'm sure she has.
Oh my word.
She did have it on really slow earlier though.
Did she?
Then got it on slow, and then
I think she's done that on purpose to set me up. Just saying.
And she'll be on the bus going home now. She won't be hear you
Just
saying
saying.
this.
Just saying. I might have to send her a little message.
Yeah.
Because that was on a ridiculously fast speed. For me, anyway. I'm sure there's lots of you out there who can sew on ridiculously fast speeds, but just scares the life out of me. Okay, so I've just tacked my 2 little ends onto the ends of my zip. You can see there, just with my stop start. So that isn't to keep it secure. That's just so that I've got that little bit on the end there.
Yeah.
You can see that there and there on the end of the zip.
Yeah.
So that's all prepared. And now I'm going to stitch my zip to my piece of fabric. And I always like to do this. I have my zip lying down because sometimes if you're not really skilled or you don't know how to put zips in, I have it lying down so I can unzip it. And the piece of fabric that it's going to be on the right way up. And then I know when I do that and turn my zip over that I'm going to have it in the correct place.
Right.
And then what I would do is clip this or pin this, John, but I'm not going to put too many in so that I can do it a little bit quicker than I would normally.
You can make the machine go faster if you want.
Well, I don't think I want to make the machine go faster. I never feel in control with a fast machine. Can you stitch fast, John?
Not anymore. Back in the day when I had my big industrial machine, I used to race along on it, but now I like to go at a nice speed now.
Yes, me too. I just, I'm all about taking the time and keeping it so that I feel comfortable with it. So I've got my stop start on again. I'm actually going to go a little bit slower because I'm going round the little thing.
The little thing?
The zip pull. That's the word. Round the zip pull. And drop my needle. And then that'll come down there. There we go.
The mystery fabric is in the bag. We've got the L up now while Leanne's sewing that. You see, I haven't got that one in mind, so it just shows you the mystery bag. It's 4 half-metre fabric, and in here there is we're seeing that later. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's is it a CD-ROM CD-ROM in there as well. Oh, there's Lizzie Curtis on the front of there. Oh, she put one of her profound statements out this morning, didn't she? You know, like, you're never too old to be a princess or something like that. It wasn't that one, but you know what I mean. Anyway, £20 get you 4 half-metre fabric. You do not get the canvas bag with it. It comes in its own little bag, but it doesn't come in the canvas bag. £20 though, really good buy.
Okay, so that's the first side of my zip in.
Is that all? That took you that long to put one side in?
Yeah, just one side. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the other side in. So what I like to do with that now is I will take this piece of fabric, because that needs to be on the other side of the zip, and then I line that up. So now I can see that I need this on this side. So you can see I've got that nice and flat in front of me there. So I can see that this side's in and my two little zip protectors are in. So then what I do is then I just fold that back. So all the while I'm checking that I've got my zip in the correct place.
It's funny, isn't it? Because zips, we never did zips at college. So for my whole career, I've always been terrified of zips. But actually, if you do what you're doing and line it up, look where it's going, flip it, and they think, oh, it's in the right place. And then it's just a straight line, isn't it?
It really is, absolutely. I mean, I was completely terrified of zips when I first started, and I've just found a way that works for me to make sure that I get it in the right place, because there were so many projects where I've had the lining inside out, I've had the zip zipping on the inside and the outside, and it's not just been working properly. So it just helps. And I think it's nice to share those little tips and tricks, isn't it, sometimes, just so you can see how it works. And then we're going to do exactly the same on this side. And what I'm doing with my zip foot, if you're wondering, is I'm just lining up the side of my zip foot here onto the teeth or the other machines in the way, so you can't really see. Let's see if I can do that. There we go.
Well, it doesn't fall off the edge of the table. You break it, you pay for it.
All right. No, I'm head of product development. If I break it, I blame it on somebody else. So we've got the little zip teeth running down the middle, and I run the side of my foot along the centre of the zip feet.
I love the way she had that answer ready, not like, oh, I better think about that. She went, no, I'll blame someone else. While she's stitching that, I need to point this out. The build block alphabet and numbers die set, which we haven't even got to yet. It's flying out. And also somebody sent a message in saying the builder block and alphabet die sets are a phenomenal deal. That was Michelle said that one. Look at it. It's half price. Anyway, I'll pop that down, but check out your baskets if you've got it. Right, is there anything else people complain about, Leanne?
Now, what I'm going to do now, John, is I'm needle down. And just to show you how I didn't do this before, I started off with it at the top, but it's good. So when I've got my needle down, now what I can do is slide my zipper out of the way, my zip slider, see there, and that means that you don't get this happen. So if I pick that up and show you, when I went round the zip slider before, you see how it's all gone wonky?
Yeah.
Now that I've actually slid that out of the way, I can follow another straight path, and I won't get that wonky bit round my zip.
Brilliant.
Just to show everybody at home the difference between the two.
And Leanne, LJ says the zip was giving me so much grief last night, so I'm watching avidly, Leanne. That's from LJ. And I've got a quick question about something that's coming up later. Now, if you're head of product development, you'll know this. Is the fabric shield good to use on cross stitch, or does it leave a visible coating? We can find out. If you're not 100% sure, we can find out before we get to it.
I think I'd want to check it, to be honest with you.
No, that's fine.
Fabric shield, I don't think I would be sealing anything like cross stitch with it. I'd be sealing on the back, but I don't know that I'd be sealing over the top, to be honest.
Right, good answer, thank you.
I really don't. I'd give it a go on something that wasn't special to me. If I didn't like the look of it, then I wouldn't be doing it on my big. If you've got, so I know I've got a beautiful cross stitch picture done for me of a dressing room with a tailor's done me, and it was an heirloom for actually one of our customers, Auntie Margaret, who joined us a lot. She gave that to me, and I want to keep that special. Now, I wouldn't just be trying out my fabric shield on top of that. I might do a little stitch, spray something, leave it for a couple of days. Do I like the look or do I not, before I commit it to over the top of a cross stitch?
Brilliant.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally. It's good to be honest, because
it is.
That's something I always am, John. Some people see that as a strength. Some people see that as a weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depends, doesn't it? But I'm always honest about stuff like that. Now, you see what I'm doing here is I'm just trimming the edges. So I've got a nice straight line. So that's my little bit of zip that's hanging out of the edge. My little bit of zip tab at the end pulls, so that I've got two nice straight edges now. And if I show you that, you can see what that's done is encase with those two little bits, and this is the top tip, having those two little squares tacked at either end now gives you, this zip will not fly off the edge here.
Also, it makes it very professional and neat.
And
and
it just
everything,
looks,
doesn't it?
it looks professional. It looks like a finished thing, doesn't it? So my zip is now beautifully inserted in the centre of those pieces of fabric. So I'm going to move my...
Right, while you're moving that, I'm just going to show these 3 sprays here that we talk about. Fabric, Shield, Stick and Spray and Stick and Stay. They're $7.99 each, but if you can buy any 3 for £20. So you can have 3 of one if you're only going to use one of them. Say you're only going to use fabric shields, you can have 3 fabric shields for £20, but it's any 3. You need to put all 3 in your basket, obviously, and then you'll just be charged the £20 for the 3 of those because they're $7.99 on their own. Okay? Okay, now we are doing the Lock Pro now. Now you get 500 extra bonus points. This is UK only, this Pro machine. Lock Pro, I couldn't think of the word then, Lock Pro. £228.99. You also get, I've got them here, 4 spools of the black thread, and look how big they are. You get these in with it, look, you get this lovely box of them, look. Ta-da! You get all 4 of those. And how much on each one? A lot. There's loads on each one of those. Brilliant. Okay, moving. Right. You ready, Leanne?
I am. I'm ready.
Go.
I'm ready. Right. So what we've got then is our lovely long piece. And now you'll be able to see why I was saying that actually the dimension of this piece really is irrelevant. It just depends on the size of the piece of fabric you've got to work with or the size of the finished bag you want at the end. So what I do is I make sure that I've got my zip 3/4 open.
Yeah.
And that allows me somewhere to turn it the right way. And then all I do is bring the right sides to the right sides, the top edge to the top edge, exactly as I've done here. And now I can just whiz around on my Lock Pro. And the other thing I like is having these little, what's the word? My little zip pull tab things here at the side will allow me to also trim away a little bit of zip so that when I'm using my Lock Pro, I don't go over the teeth and break a needle or a blade.
Brilliant.
Okay, so that's what I'll just do now. I'll just trim these away.
Okay, now remember you are getting 500 extra bonus points of Club Inspire when you do this. So 500 will take you up. Well, that means you'll automatically be a silver if you get 500, doesn't it? You'll go straight to silver if you join today and buy that. And when you silver, you get 10% off all orders. For everything.
Absolutely.
Everything you buy. It is UK only, and it is a fantastic, fantastic buy. We're watching Leanne struggle there, chopping the end.
There we go, got it.
There we go.
Okay, got it. So just trim a little bit of zip away. Now, overlockers are not just about dressmaking. I do a tiny bit of dressmaking, but not a lot. Basically, I use my overlocker to make jersey skirts because I'm addicted to them. And I have been making some baby clothes on them as well, some little jodhpurs and leggings and things. But actually, in the main, I use overlocking for my bag making, for my quilting, for placemats, for home decor, for anything where I want a finished edge inside, where I don't want to have raw edges, where I want to encase them, and also for speed of putting projects together as well sometimes.
Yeah.
And it just gives that fantastic finished result. Now, if you're brand new to sewing and you don't know what an overlocker does, an overlocker has a knife. It has a knife which cuts the edge of your fabric at the same time as that it's sewing with 4 threads, 2 needles and what you call an underlooper and an overlooper, and they're inside the machine, which wraps the whole edge of your fabric piece in an encasement. And it's what you see in all of the professional things you buy on the high street. When you look inside, you've got that lovely encased stitching on your seams. That's what an overlocker will do for you. It will overlock all of the edges, and it's fast and does all of the cutting and the sewing at the same time. Absolutely fantastic for quick projects like this. So you see, all I'm doing is feeding it along. It whizzes through. I've got my foot up, that's why. Oh, here we go. There we are. Whizzes through, cuts it off at the same time as sews it. So there's one side done. That's the top tip. What you always have to do is what's called chain off. So that is allow the threads to run through off your project like this and then snip it at that end. This is your chain off piece. You never want that to not be there because that's when you have to rethread it. So this stops you from having to rethread on a regular basis. And you just leave that chain there, and that's the beginning of the next seam, which I will come to now. So I'm putting, that's one side of my bag, and you can see there's the chain off left from the last time it was used. They'll all be either woven in or trimmed off later, don't worry about it. So now I'm going to the top of my bag, and what I like to do is just lift up my foot and I start my fabric off there, but actually the feed dogs underneath are so good that you can just put your fabric at the edge here and it'll pick it up and run with it. So you don't have to position it under the needles as you do with a sewing machine.
No, exactly. Helen says, thanks for the honest answer, Leanne. Read the fabric shield. I think I'll buy some anyway and test on a small sample. And Jan says, I love Leanne. She says it as it is.
Do you know what it is though?
Hey?
Do you know what, John? Do you know what, John? Sorry, just shouting over the top of my overlocker there. If I always tell you the honest answer, you'll never get any surprises when you get home, because I just think it's the best way,
No,
especially on shopping TV, and when you sat there, it's difficult, isn't it, on shopping TV to know what it is you're going to get. So I think it's good to have somebody explain and just be very honest with you. So I've done the whatever hand that is. Left hand side, I've done the top, and now I'm going down the right hand side. So again, I just position it and then I press my foot pedal, and you can, this one doesn't have a speed on, so your speed is adjusted by the foot pedal and how much pressure you put on it. So you can go to regular Leanne speed, or you can go Bernie speed. There we go. And so now I've done all three edges here, and what you'll see is I'm just going to trim these bits off where I've done my chaining off. There we go, because I don't want them hanging around on the inside of the bag. So what you'll see here is, and I'm just going to show you, is that beautiful finished edge that you have there. There we go. And that is encased on all three of the raw edges. Now, just for something like this, which is meant to be functional, you don't need to worry about bagging that out. It's just actually they're kind of like laundry bags, John.
Yes.
And I use these traveling a lot. I use this a lot of the time. And I was telling one of our fabulous softcraft experts here this morning, Stephanie, about this. She was like, oh, that's such a good idea. Shall I tell you where the idea came from for me to do these in all different sizes, John? I travel a lot, and so many times in airports I've seen people having to open their cases as they're checking in, or in the actual airport.
Yeah.
And then all of their unnecessaries
Can I just tell you?
Fall out all over the floor.
I went to a 30th birthday party in Gibraltar, right? And I was travelling with a model called Sheila. We had identical suitcases, right, taken on hand luggage. So we went through the thing in Gibraltar, and we got to the other side, and they went, oh, excuse me, sir, we need you. And I was like, what? Anyway, they opened my bag, right, and they threw all my... It'd been a party weekend. There were dirty pants. There were all sorts of things coming out. And Sheila just toddled off. Anyway, I said, what are you looking for? And they went... Oh, they wouldn't say. They couldn't find anything. I went off. And then I got to Sheila and, oh, how come I got stopped? You didn't. She opened her case and she had all sorts of contraband in hers. So they'd seen the suitcase come through. And because we had identical suitcases, I got stopped and she waltzed off. I know. We've never been to Gibraltar since.
Well done, Sheila.
Yeah.
Is that, so there's not many Sheila models around. Is that Sheila who does Ideal World as well? Sheila's got form. I know Sheila. She likes a bit of contraband, does our Sheila?
We go back a long way, me and Sheila.
So you see there now, this is exactly what I did these for.
Yeah.
So that you can put all of your smalls or larges in here, and then put them in your case, nice and flat, single layer, put it in your case, and then you've got them hidden. Now, the other thing I use these for is actually laundry bags. So when I'm away and I need, like you said, it was dirty pants and everything, being on a party weekend.
Yes.
I actually put all my laundry. I have a big spare one. I put all my laundry in there, and then I whack it in the washer when I come home.
Oh yeah, like a scrubs bag.
Yeah,
because we made all those scrubs bags.
And it's just absolutely, really very, very usable. And you can do them in loads of sizes. My whole family has these now, as does Sarah, because she keeps pinching mine.
Exactly. Also, I've got a friend who won't put shoes in the same suitcase. They're posh shoes, but she won't put them in the same suitcase. They're close. She could make those for her shoes, couldn't she? Put them in her shoes.
Absolutely. And I have got them for shoes, actually.
Oh, well,
I do put shoes in them. So this is the bit. Should I make another one of these, or do you want to see a different project?
See something else.
See something else, okay. So this is the bit. These are the bits that I've chopped off. So, I said it was cutting as well as it was sewing. You can see there, it's cut off the seam in a straight line as it overlocked the edge. So that's the little bit that's come off the seam when we've overlocked it. And you've got that little bit left there. So cuts and sews at the same time. absolutely brilliant for this kind of projects. It means you don't have to line it. It's really quick and easy. It's lightweight because it's one layer, and it helps use up your fabric really efficiently. I've got another big one there to do and a small one, so I'll finish them, John, and you can have a nice travel set from me.
Perfect. Thank you
Right.
very much indeed. So that is the Gemini Lock Pro. You get black overlocking thread with yours, 4 of them. There's 5,000 meters on each spool. You get 500 bonus points if you get that, which will automatically take you to silver, or it could take you up to gold if you've got 250 points already. £228.99, UK only at 500 points. That is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant price. Right, now I've got to point this out to you. This was my sunrise special from earlier, right? It's flying out. Well, I'm not surprised. Look how much you're saving. Wait till the graphics come in. You'll see how much you're saving. £59.99 is how much it's costing you. You're saving £40. Now, are we going to show the little bit of... Yeah. There's Bernie first thing this morning. This is actually Bernie's bag. She brought it in with us this morning. We couldn't find her, so we used hers instead. It's big enough to put your... Well, you'll see in a minute. She'll unzip it, but it's big enough to put your sewing machine in. It's big enough to put your Lock Pro in it. It's got a little shelf in it, which you can move up and down because it's held in place by super strong one-touch fastening. But Bernie, when she takes... So she puts her Gemini machine on that top shelf. So that's how strong it is. It's got a handle. The handle that Bernie's holding goes to 3 different heights, and you've got pockets galore. And on the side here, you've got handles, other handles, if you don't want to use this one here, if you want to have to lift it up or anything. £59.99, please be careful on that. That is absolutely flying out. Gorgeous print. 60%'s gone already. 60% have been checked out already. So please, please, please be careful with that. Right. Something else that every single week this sells out. Every single week we have so many people come in for this. This week's mystery bag is you get 4 half meters of fabric, beautifully collated for you. Now you saw one of them earlier. My bag's got completely different, so I'm not going to show you because it's just random, but it has been collated so that it all works together. 4 half meters of fabric plus a CD-ROM. Now the CD-ROM is called Fox in the Wood Project CD-ROM, and that's normally $14.99, right? And you've got 4 half meters of fabric. Obviously, you don't get this canvas bag or anything. Leanne's going to make something, I think, out of this, isn't she? Oh, she's on a box. She's ready. That's the way we know she's ready.
I'm on me box. Now, with your super trolley deal, John.
Yes.
Did our Bernie do the disclaimer when she was telling you about putting your Gemini on the top shelf?
Oh no. Tell me then.
So, we would never recommend that you store your Gemini on that top shelf, although the top shelf is strong enough to take it. If you've got a machine in the bottom and your Gemini on the top, always make sure you remove the Gemini first before you remove the machine off the bottom, because it could destabilise and you don't want your Gemini falling out on your toes.
Thank you for that.
So just be very careful when you're putting a heavy machine on the top shelf as well as having something on the bottom, because the heavy machine on the bottom keeps it nice and stable.
Right.
So just be careful when you're doing that. Of course, you can do that if you want to. That's your choice, your bag. You can put whatever you want in there. But if you've got a lot of heavy stuff on that top shelf and you've got it stabilised at the bottom, just move that out before you take the machine out the bottom, because you don't want the bag to
The thing is, you're more likely to have fabric and thread on the top shelf, really,
I would
aren't
say
you?
so.
Rather than taking... Because if you go into a class, the very likelihood you're not going to take your Gemini with you. But that's what Bernie was saying she did with hers. So just be careful if you do that. This, not a disclaimer, but just telling you... Again, like Leanne said, we just tell you the truth. She's obviously done it. She's obviously dropped it. So, you know what I mean? Blame someone else. But
I couldn't at that point because it was my big toe.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So, yes, just learn from my experience and don't destabilise your bag.
Okay, right. What are you going to make for us now?
Fox in the Wood. Now, I love this CD because there are so many fabulous projects on there. And, of course, you've got our Lizzie, who is incredibly talented, such an amazing sewist and seamstress and everything else. So she's going to take you through each one of those projects step by step in a video. You've also got on there the printable instructions and the printable patterns. So I've got the printable instructions here. So I've printed out the little storage box, the little Fox storage box that we're going to do, which is going to match the little Fox pin cushion that our Sarah made for you a couple of weeks ago from the same CD. So when you print those out, you've got in there all the materials you need listed on the front. So these are the materials you need. And then you've got your step-by-step photographed instructions in there. And then you can also print the template out that you need to make your box. So I've got my instructions and I've got my box here. So I've printed out my template. I've stuck it together where it needed to be stuck together. And I've put it on a piece of fabric and cut around. Okay. So,
I've got a quick question. Maxine said, I've just started learning to sew and I don't understand what the grain business is everyone's talking about.
Ah, okay. So the grain business is, and John will probably be better to explain this than me because he's worked with fabric much longer than I have. But the grain of the fabric is the vertical line of the fabric. So you're cutting on the grain, so on the vertical line. If you cut across the grain, that's what we call on the bias, and so that's when your fabric gets a lot of stretch.
Yes.
To keep it nice and straight and structured and to get lovely lines and to keep your pieces of fabric rigid and doing what they want to do, or as rigid as a piece of fabric can be, you would cut on the grain, especially for dressmaking where you want something nice and straight. But if you want flow and movement, or you want to bend around a corner, you cut across the grain.
Diagonally across.
Stretch diagonally across 45 degrees.
Perfect, thank you.
Is that okay, John? Is there anything that you need to change?
No,
on
don't
that
need to add that at all. You can sometimes, like we're saying, normally if you're doing a dressmaking, you would cut on the straight grain, which is like parallel to the selvage. Sometimes you can cut across the weft as well, which is the grain going the other way. We don't always advise it, but sometimes there's like with the border panel today, if you're making a skirt, you want the border panel, you can do it that way across as well. But as soon as you go on a 45 degree or any other degree, then the fabric loses stability. Anyway, sorry, thank you for that, Leann.
No problem, my pleasure. I'm actually very, very proud that I explained it properly. It's good because I'm on a journey with soft craft as well. You know, I have been sewing for a few years now, but it isn't my first craft. It's something that I've just decided that I really wanted to get involved with, and I'm loving, and I'm on a journey of discovery with all sorts of different things. So to know that I've actually got that right from somebody who's been doing it a
because you're a welder
longer,
by trade.
I am a welder by trade. You need to be able to weld a face like this on when you're putting your face on for telly. Now I've also got my little fox face template cut out here. So you can see there that I've cut that out from the CD and it tells me it's the fox face and I cut one. Could not be easier. So I've cut round that, moved my little template out the way, and there it is ready to put on. What I like to do is to just use some stick and spray. So I can't see Brenda the spray booth anywhere, so I'm just going to mucky up my mat. So I'm doing a little spray of that. You protect your mat before you do this, but I'm just going for it. So a little bit of stick and spray will just keep this in place nicely for me. And then what you can do if you'd like, and I think I might, is just do a nice decorative stitch around the outside. Why not? Let's do that, eh? Have we got time to do that?
Yeah, because while you're doing that, I'll be able to tell you that the sprays, here you go, they're $7.99 normally, but you can have any 3 for £20. So if you can use lots of stick and spray, buy 3 of those £20, or stick and stay, or fabric shield. It's completely up to you. Or you can have one of each, but buy any 3 for £20, right? Instead of $7.99 per tin. Okay?
So I'm going to slow this down a little bit actually, because that's quite they're quite tight curves. This is where I like it to go slowly.
Yeah.
Because then I don't feel like it's running away with me. And that would be my top tip for any new sewist. When I first started sewing, I used to watch all of the demonstrations and, you know, folks just absolutely whizzing around like pieces like this, literally flying around them. And I used to think that I had to too, that's how the machine would work, until I realised that actually I don't have to do that. I can just take it nice and slowly.
Well, that's why it's got the speed thingy on the machine, isn't it?
Yeah. And I love the fact as well, actually, when you're using the foot pedal, you can foot to the floor and it'll only go to the speed that you've set on the machine, which is great, especially if you're a little bit heavy-footed like me. Now, at home, you might just change the width of your zigzag a little bit so that it's not quite as wide, but it just puts a nice little finished decorative edge on there. Yeah. So I've got that done, and now what I'm going to do is seam it. So what we've actually got is a full cross here. So when we've got our cross, what we're going to just do is take the sides together as this and then stitch down each of those edges, doing that on all 4 sides. And I'm going to do that now, and that'll just put the basics.
Can you just point out which 2 edges, which 2 seams did you just put together then?
So you just take any 2. So from the centre, From the centre, you would take those two.
Oh, it's like at the L. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
and then you would take those two.
Thank you.
And then those two. And then those two. And just
Brilliant.
work your way all the way around in that fashion. So it's the two adjacent to each other that you sandwich up. And the great thing about having the cross in this way is it actually makes that really easy, especially for a beginner. Because when you fold that in half like that, and then we just put a couple of little pins in place. I like to pin as well. Actually, you've got a nice start and look a nice end off there for your seam where it's on the diagonal, so you're not having to really wrestle with it. Sometimes when you're putting these boxes together, if you're putting in a separate square base, you have to really wrestle with it to get it in. And we're not going to have to do that. Now, another top tip from me is when I'm sewing something with square edges like this, and again this is from experience when it's come back to bite me, come back to haunt me, what I do is I fold the whole thing in half. You can see I'm doing that there, so I'm going to get that nice and square, lining up those two edges there. And for all I'm stitching this edge, where I'm going to pin is actually this edge, because it'll stop it moving, and then down here. And what that does is keep me lovely right angles and stop my fabric sliding around against me. So now that's nicely in position. I don't have to worry about pinning this. I can just whiz down the edge.
Brilliant.
And I'll do that every time.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this. And I'm doing about a quarter of a centimetre seam. But you know, if you do a bigger seam, you'll have a smaller box. If you do a littler seam, you'll have a bigger box. So, you know, it's not the end of the world if you don't stick to the exact seam allowance, as long as every seam you do is the same.
Don't forget this fabric. Well, that fabric might not be in your bundle, but we're using the mystery bundle for this. You get 4 half meters of fabric plus the CD-ROM, which normally sells for $14.99, right? So you're getting the fabric for what? For a fiver, really, aren't you? Getting the fabric for a fiver, which is fantastic. All of that, 4 half meters of fabric plus the CD-ROM, £20. You don't get the canvas bag.
So you see, I've just gone to the other side and I've turned that up, and what I'm doing is exactly as I did before. I'm just pinning in that bottom corner so that when I sew down my seam all the way here, I've just got a nice straight edge. It's not going to slip away from me.
Okay.
There we go. Do you get much sewing done these days, John?
I do. Well, I do now that I do my Sunday sew along on Facebook Live.
Oh, I'll have to watch that.
Oh yeah, because it started
What
off
time's
when,
that?
when I was doing the scrub caps and the scrub bags for the NHS and everything. So I did a demonstration on it. Then I've been doing all sorts. I did a Louisa kit. I've done a Mandy Shaw kit. I've done all sorts of things. I don't know what I've got lined up this Sunday. Actually, I haven't got this Sunday sorted yet. But I kind of just do chat. On a Thursday we just do chatting, and on a Sunday we do chatting and sewing.
Oh, that's lovely.
Which is nice. Yeah.
Oh, that is really nice. I like that. I'll have to watch along. What time?
11 o'clock on a Sunday, 10 o'clock on a Thursday.
Oh, that's a nice civilised Sunday time, actually,
Yeah.
John. Isn't it? Because you can have a lazy morning, get your breakfast, get your croissant and your coffee.
Yeah, and then be ready.
And then be ready. I like that. So I'm just doing my third seam here, and you see I'm using exactly the same strategy I explained to you, folding it so it's nice and straight, following the same seam allowance, but putting my pins in the opposite side, which just stops my fabric from slipping around, and that means I'll get a nice square box with lovely square edges. So I'm doing my final one now. So there we go, I've done all 3. And this is the final one. So the final one is just going to work in exactly the same way. You just line up your edge. So you can see I've got my piece to come off there. And then just to keep it nice and straight, what I then do, I'll just show you this actually. Can you see I've got this side of my box and this side of my box and 2 seams there. And what I do is I nest those as if it's patchworking. And I pin that, because now that means in the perfect position to have those seams lining up on my box. And I pin it there, which keeps all of the right angles in the correct place. It means I can whiz down this side now, and I don't change my box from a square to some kind of obtuse shape, which doesn't even exist in the real world, because I have done that a few times as well. Oh, I'm getting confident now. Look, I'm speeding it up, John.
Oh.
I'm going faster. Okay, so that's the 4th one. So whip my pins out, put them to one side, and I've got my little box all ready to receive the lining. And I've got my little fox face in there. and it's all ready to go. Now I've done exactly the same with another piece with the lining. So exactly as you've just seen me do there. The only difference is what I've done on one of the seams is stop, start and leave a hole to turn it inside out. Okay, so on one of your straight seams you would sew 2 inches down, back stitch, leave about a 2-inch gap, back stitch again and then sew to the end. So you've got a little hole there, and that's going to allow you to turn your bag inside out. So then what I do is you want right sides to right sides or wrong sides to wrong sides, whichever. So now I'm going to turn this inside out.
Right side out.
Right side out, I beg your pardon. Yes, thank you.
It's all right.
And I'm going to put that inside of my... I love this fabric, by the way. Is this out of that mystery bundle?
That is out of a mystery bundle.
Out of it. Honestly, just keep buying mystery bundles till you get this one.
I think it's now Riley Blake.
It is a Riley Blake. It's got rose gold foiled spots on. Hello. So now I'm putting this inside here. So I've got right sides to right sides. And then what you do is you just line up your seams. So you take the corner of this of your lining and the corner of your outside, line up your straight seams. So your 2 seams meet like that, and then you nest, which is one way, one the other way, and pin to keep them in that position. And that means that your lining corners and your outside box corners all will match beautifully once the box is made. And do that on all 4 corners. So you see, just give it a little shake, find your 2 seams. If you've got long bits of thread in the way and they're distracting you, you can give them a little trim. Match the 2, so seam to seam, there we go, and nest. So one way, one the other way, pin in place. If you don't like pins, you can clip them with those fabulous little quilting clips that we've got as well.
Yeah.
So I'll do exactly the same again. Find the 2, match them together, nest them one way, one the other, pin. And do that on all 4 of your corners. One more pin here. This is the last one. So I'm matching the seam again, matching the seam, and nesting, which is flipping again, and then pin that in place. And then what I like to do, just as belt and braces at home, is I will go around now that I've got that perfectly thing, and I would just put an extra pin in all of these sides just to stop them from moving. But for speed today, I'm not going to do that. We're just going to put our hands in the hands of the gods and hope that that doesn't happen. What I am doing though is taking my little drawf, because I like to stitch around an object like this.
Yeah.
Because what that allows me to do on the Stitch Pro, I'm just going to turn that around and show you, is gives me one of those sleeve arms so I can get my box around the machine now. And I find it makes it much easier doing it this way than trying to wrestle it up this way and sew it by popping it on there.
Yeah, if you've got a flatbed, you have to do it the other way around. So if you're saying on an industrial, you can't normally get the free arm like that. So people get used to doing it different ways. But you're right, that's what it's there for. It's like when you do a pair of jeans, you just slide the jeans over the end of that, don't you? Supposed to do the hem and things, makes it much easier.
Yeah. I like to remove my pins as I go around, John.
Yes, please.
I'm not a sew you over a pin person. No. And again, I learned that through a hard lesson of jamming an actual pin into the mechanics of my machine underneath.
Oh, mine was worse. I saw somebody go over a pin. Oh, I don't know if I should tell you this, actually. Anyway, they went over the pin and the pin snapped, and they don't wear glasses. Ends up in... They're fine. They're absolutely fine, but they end up in hospital.
Right. Yeah. Did it go in their eye, John? Did it go in their eye?
Yeah.
See, this is why you shouldn't... Don't stitch over your pins.
No.
I did learn I did watch a couple of YouTubes where people, and if you put them in this way, you can stitch over them, it won't hurt your machine, you'll be absolutely fine.
We trained with them in.
Did you?
We trained with them in going round there.
Wow.
The other tip about that is if ever you break your sewing machine needle, leave it threaded and pull the end, because sometimes the end of the needle can go down into the mechanics. If it's still got the thread in, you just pull the thread up like that, and it's got the bit of needle still attached to it. Then it doesn't get caught in the mechanics of your machine. Just a little tip.
Oh, well, I wished I'd known that, John, then. Well, if I ever do it again, but I won't because I don't leave my pins in anymore.
No. No, so even if it snaps.
Oh, even if it snaps the needle.
Anyway, full stop.
Right.
Sometimes you're going through fabric and it goes.
Yes.
And just make sure you don't unthread it. Just pull the thread up like that, and you'll pull the needle up.
Okay.
Right.
So I've gone all the way around the top. I haven't left any little holes or gaps there because remember I left that little gap in my lining. And so now what I can do is turn that whole bag out of my lining there through that little gap.
Yeah.
It's called bagging out.
I'm glad you said that because Lisa Lamb says it's birthing and that always makes me feel sick when she says that.
Gosh, no. It's definitely not that. No.
Oh, Jean's been in touch, by the way.
Oh,
so
has
hello.
she?
Yeah.
Oh, she's starting our classes again.
Oh, has she?
She's starting our group up again, yeah. We're excited. I've got my place reserved on a Wednesday night, 6 o'clock. I can't wait.
Is it round here then? Is it up here?
It's only about 20 minutes from here, John.
Oh, is it? I always thought it was by the seaside for some reason.
Yeah. We'll have to take you for a visit.
All right.
So once I've done that and I've turned it all round, I'm pushing the lining back inside, you've seen there.
Yeah.
So I push the lining back inside and then what I like to do is press it and top stitch.
Perfect.
Because I find when you do this technique with a box, if you don't top stitch, you'll always end up with this happening. The lining slipping a bit further in or the lining poking out the top. And I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I like it to look right.
Yeah.
So I would now press that on one of those, you have the little sleeve ironing boards, John.
Yeah.
I would go
Sleeve
around on
board.
that, or you can just hold your iron inside or on the outside if you want. And I would take some time just to align all of those sides. I'm just going to finger press it for now. And you see, you get a much crisper, lovely look to the outside. I would top stitch all around there. And then all I've got to do now is take my buttons that I've got.
Where'd you
and
get those from?
hand-stitch them. Don't know. They were just from the stash. Why not? I mean, I've got a ridiculous amount. I'm looking at you like a school mum. Take your glasses off. I have got a ridiculous amount of buttons at home. I'm a little bit button obsessed. I love vintage buttons, so I'm always going into like second-hand shops and what have you, and little vintage shops and antique shops, and looking for little tins that have buttons in and keeping them.
Yeah, my nan used to be like a Quality Street tin.
Yes. Well, I've got a L'Occitane tin.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I've got a L'Occitane tin with mine in, John. Okay. So there we go. I would put my little eyes on. Now have you noticed something about my fox, John?
What?
He hasn't got any ears.
Oh, did you forget to put them in?
I forgot to put the ears in. Oh. So I know you can't get the staff. So what you would do is you would cut out your two little templates and you would stitch around them and turn them inside out, so you've got two lovely little ears, and voila.
And when did you put them in then?
And so, when you put the lining in and I was lining up the seams, you would have put them inside, and now when I turned them out, they would have gone like that.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Turned into a giraffe now.
Yeah. I mean, I could go and put them on now. He could be a little giraffe, couldn't he, with the dots on? Yeah, it does, absolutely. And once you've done that, you will then end up with a lovely little sewing box that matches your little pin cushion.
You could do without ears.
He's earless. I mean, what does he look like with no ears? Could he be a sloth? Do sloths have ears?
No. Yeah, they must have ears, but...
Do they? But you can't see them. They don't stick out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could, or you could whip them on by hand afterwards.
You could absolutely whip stitch them on by hand.
Right, mystery bag. Now I'm going to show you my 4 fabrics. My 4 fabrics completely different. Now I'm not saying that you're going to get these, but I've got 4 completely different fabrics in mine. So it's just random, but you will get a CD-ROM. Now this normally costs $14.99. So you're getting a really good deal there. 4.5 meters of fabric plus a CD-ROM, £20. You do not get the canvas bag. So, okay, quilted starter kit. This is such a brilliant buy. I think this one might be coming home with me today, I have to say. You get the cutting mat, you get the 45mm rotary cutter, and you get the little ruler, right? Now this 45mm rotary cutter is normally £12.99. I know, you're getting all of that for £12.99 or £17.98. You're saving £21. That is a fantastic buy. Right, now, the alphabets that you've seen on the wall behind Leanne and Bernie is this. Now, this obviously is a builder block. So you need a Gemini machine. Now, the Gemini machine, we've not got the Gemini machine today, but it's on the website. Go to the website. This is the alphabet and the numbers dice set. Look how much you're saving. It's half price. It's half price. We're going to be showing this later on, aren't we? We're going to be doing this later on. $34.99, you're saving £35 on that one. Fantastic, isn't it? So you've got letters. Oh, I'll show you on the back there. Sorry, Daniel. You've got letters and you've got numbers.
What are we doing?
Look. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, I've also got expansion packs. If you've already got a Gemini and a builder block and you want some expansion packs, I've got these here. There's, hang on. Half square triangles, quarter square triangles and squares. Which one have you put up first? Right, yeah, so each one is $23.99, right? So this is your squares. You see what I mean about, if you've got a builder block already, sometimes you want to cut lots and lots of squares out at the same time, then it means you've just got extra squares. But look at the sizes, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3.5, and 4.5 in there. Just check that's right. Yeah, that's right. 5 cutting dies in there. So you've got squares, £23.99. You've got half square triangles. Make sure I pick the right one up. Half square triangles, £23.99. And these are in the same sizes. Look, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3.5, and 4.5. And I've got quarter square triangles. Yeah, these are the ones that take forever to cut out normally, aren't they? Get the right way up, John. Quarter square triangles, £23.99, $35.96, 20% off. Now, I tell you what else is very busy today. The Lock Pro with your 4 reels of black thread we get with the one today. There's 5,000 meters on each. And if you buy that today, you'll get 500 bonus Club Inspire points. So if you just joined today, that means you'll jump straight up to a silver. And being silver means you get 10% off every single order that you make at Crafter's Companion. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? Righty-ho. Now, what else do I need to do? Quilted stencils is what we're doing next, right? So I've not seen these before. So we've got here, these are 2 pieces. Leann will show you these. I'm not going to open mine here, but this is, you get 12 by 12 quilting stencils, pochos pour quilting, or plantillas para acolaca, or step chablon nonon. I'm terribly sorry, I'm not multilingual. This is geometric. This is Celtic. And this is feathers. Right? Tell me they're £23 each. No? Yeah. No? You get all 3 for £23. I don't even know what one is. Leann, are you ready?
I'm sorry.
Well, we did have an expert, but Leann's here instead.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I'm with your fabulous pronunciation in those other languages, John. That's made my day. If someone can just snip that for me, please, after this show. Whenever I'm feeling down, I'm going to watch that.
Oh.
And it's going to brighten my day.
You're
really, it
very
is. I love these quilting stencils. They're
What are
absolutely
they?
fantastic. Now, here's the thing. I love to patchwork, but quilting terrified the life out of me, and so I would only do straight lines, because trying to get one of these feet and do that and not have the fabric slip away and have your gloves on and go in the right way and not have it just look like someone's had a disaster all over the top of your quilt, it really used to frighten the life out of me. So these quilting stencils take all of that nervousness and potluckness, if that's a word, away from that, because what you've got are fabulous stencils in each box. I've got a large one here. You can see this is a fabulous 12 by 12 size. So if you're doing large quilted blocks, this is brilliant. But actually, even the 12 by 12 over a series of maybe 3-4 inches blocks, or a series of 4 3-inch blocks, and in a square, and then that quilted over the top puts a lovely quilted pattern onto a pieced block for you. The other thing for me is speed. So having the mark away spray that we've got with this just makes it so quick, so easy, so effortless. It's fantastic. Now, as well as the big 12 by 12 design in there, you've also got a second stencil which has tessellating borders. So you could do a whole border down the what you call the strip on the edge of a quilt.
Border.
The border of your quilt. I thought it had a
It has another word. It has a fancy word.
Does it?
Yes.
If anyone
The
knows
sash.
Oh, I thought sashing went between blocks.
I think it does it. Well, if you want to quilt your sash.
Yeah.
In
All right.
between your blocks, you can.
Yeah.
If you want to quilt your border
Yeah.
at the side of your blocks, you can.
With a border.
And if you just want to make little statements or maybe just do corners. Look, we've got corners here as
Yeah.
well. Absolutely fabulous. I love those. We're going to have a look at how to use that as well. So first things first, what you absolutely need is a tin of our stick and spray. Where have I put that? I've had that somewhere. And we're going to throw me a tin across the room and I'm going to catch it. Go on.
What is it? Stick. What's
Wasn't
it
in the
called?
roundest team for nothing, John.
Stick and spray.
Stick and spray for fabric. Stick and spray for. There
you go, this one.
Spray for fabric. That one.
Right now, they normally sell for $7.99 each, but you can have 3 for £20 before she starts spraying.
Have you got your stick away in there as well?
Have I got what? I've got fabric shield, stick and stay, and stick and spray.
Right, okay, they're great. And then you also need to get on the website and get a stick away, because I'm going to tell you about stick away.
Mark away.
Stick away.
Oh, I've got mark away coming up.
Do you not know about stick away, John?
No.
Wait till you see. Wait till
That's
you
not
see.
included in the 3 for £20 though.
Maybe it's on the website. I don't know. Have a look
Yeah.
on the website.
Yeah.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick and spray on the back of the stencil, because what you want is a really nice edge to edge firm adhesion to your fabric. Now when I say adhesion, that is not a permanent adhesion at all. It is a temporary spray and it doesn't leave any residue. But the reason you want that is because what you don't want is for your mark away spray, which I'm about to put on now, to slip under any of the lines on the stencil. You just want nice clean marking on here. Okay, so I've got my stencil
Okay, now
down.
that spray isn't the same as the spray that you put on the back of a ruler, is it? We do one in
No.
a pale blue tin, don't we? Which is brilliant.
So you know when you're basting a quilt, John?
Yeah.
And you use a spray to baste the
Yeah,
quilt.
yeah.
That's what our stick and spray for fabric
Oh,
is.
okay, got it.
It's a basting spray,
Yeah,
so it
got it.
doesn't leave any residue. It removes away, washes away.
Yeah.
It just keeps it still for you, so
Yeah.
that you would then peel that off.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't leave any mark, but means it's not going to slip. So you're
Yes.
going to get a lovely, precise image.
Perfect.
Then you take your mark away spray.
Right.
The best way now, you'll hear. Can you hear you've got all of the little balls
Yeah.
inside there? So you need to give this a really good agitation before you use it.
Bog off, Leanne, bog off.
It's a bog off.
Yeah.
Bog off yourself, John.
Yeah, I will, don't you worry. $7.99 normally, but you get 2 for $7.99 today. Okay, so you spray it, you
Give it a good shake, and it's a bit like chalk in a can, is how I would explain it. And then you can go for it and do it, or you can do little short,
what's
sharp
chalk in a cow?
in a can.
Oh, in a can. Chalk in a can.
Chalk in
I
a
thought you
can.
said it's a bit like chalk in a cow, and I was like, I don't know what that is. That's obviously something to do up here that I didn't know about.
Well, I know we're strange up here in the northeast, but we don't put chalk in our cows.
We have chalk on our sheep.
Do you?
From Avon, yeah.
Oh, is that when they've got the bag on?
It's when they've got a big 17 down the side.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I see.
so they know who
I
the
thought it
mum
was
is.
like when they put that bag on the ram, and then
Oh, hang on. Whereabouts? What are you talking
well,
about?
they put a bag round the ram's neck. Honestly, I know we go on so many tangents, but they put a bag round the ram's neck. And,
What for?
am I using the? Yeah, I am.
Anyway,
And they
concentrate.
put it
Let's
round the
concentrate.
neck, and then they know which ewes to expect a lamb from.
Because what's
Because
the
the
chalk
bag-
in the the chalk in the bag.
On the back of the sheep. on the
all right,
back
all
of
right.
the
Thank
ewe.
you. That's enough. That's enough now. That's
I can't believe I had to go into all that detail for you.
yeah. I've not seen that. And I
Right.
live in the countryside.
I've put lots of short, sharp bursts on there for
Yeah.
you. And then when I pick this away, now just gently, you see
Oh,
what
wow.
it does is leave the entire pattern there for you. So now through my machine, I can go and quilt this. Now my monitor is dark. Can you see that there? I think you can see, but I'm going to move all of these other pieces here that's stopping the view. And when you look at it on the other camera there, you
Yes,
can
you can
see.
really see it on
Look,
that
you
one.
can. I'll not pick it up. I'll leave it down.
Leave it flat.
Leave it flat. You can see when it's flat how obvious that is. You've got that beautiful design there.
Okay, so have you gone over the edge
Like
of the
here?
square? Yes.
Washes away
Okay.
completely invisibly. And it doesn't even have to go in the washing machine. It can just be under the tap. and then it's completely gone.
Oh, wow.
Which is absolutely fantastic. So at that point, you pop that on your wadding and you just start to follow the straight lines in a contrast fabric, in the same colour fabric. You've got a really obvious position to go with your needle, and the end results are absolutely amazing.
So
John.
is it just chalk?
It just feels like a chalk. It feels a bit more like it's got a little bit of grip to it, so
Right.
it's not like a dust.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be adhered to the...
Well, I was going to say
Do you know what it feels like? It feels like our stick and spray for fabric, but with some chalk in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
Because
do
you
you know
don't want
what-
it coming off when you're doing your
You don't.
quilting. Do you don't want it coming
no,
off?
you don't. And look, I can do that, and it moves it slightly, but it doesn't go entirely. I can
Brilliant.
still see where I should
Yeah.
be going.
Excellent.
So it feels a bit like sticking away with some chalk in. So
Right.
that means if you want to clean your stencil, you can just run it under some water if you want to.
Yeah.
If you get it onto your craft mats, or if your machine was there and you've got a bit on the end of your machine, that's when you want your stick away from the website, because your
Yeah.
stick away is the most amazing glue remover. Now, if
Oh,
you've
okay.
ever got your scissors sticky, John,
Yeah.
this is brilliant for cleaning your dressmaking scissors.
Oh, wow.
Getting any sticky away from them and just having them beautifully cleared. I'm going to gift you a tin of this so you can
Thank
try,
you.
because you're going to love it. Right, so I've done exactly that onto a little border piece here.
Okay, can I ask a quick question? Does it matter which side of the stencil you spray, which side
No.
up? Doesn't matter, there's not got a right side or a wrong side?
Yep, if you like the way, if it's not a symmetrical design and you like the way it looks from the other way, from the back rather than the front, just use it
Okay.
back to front.
Yeah, because geometric
Thank
wouldn't
you.
matter much, but feathers, it means you can have one going around that way and one going around
Mm.
that way, I suppose, does it?
Now, what I've done here is, I don't know if we want to see any cutting, but actually I've used these fabulous little builder block dies, which
Oh, yes.
are amazing. And we brought these out because so many people have got on the builder block wagon, haven't they? They absolutely love them, including myself. So I was terrified of cutting quilting shapes out, patchworking quilt shapes, I beg your pardon, cutting them out myself by hand until I had the builder block dies. Lots of the ladies and gents who got those were saying, actually, we just want some packs of just squares, or just that shape, just that shape. We want to put several on the plate at once,
Yeah.
which is why we brought these little blocks out. So this one, for example, you've got your 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3.5 and 4.5 inch square in here,
Yeah.
which is fantastic. So I've used my 2.5 inch square, and I've cut out the border on my mat here. So you see, I've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 cuts with that. 7 layers of fabric, 1 run through, 7 layers of fabric, 1 run through. I've got all of the pieces for a border of a
wow.
table mat. That's how efficient and quick it is. It's really fantastic. And then I've just sewn them together with a 1/4 inch seam.
Perfect.
This little bit in the middle, exactly as I've just done on this piece, but I used the border that comes in the stencil pack, and I stenciled the little border down the centre. I would do it in prettier colours if it was going to be a placemat at home, but I wanted you to be able to see the chalk lines and the stitch lines and how easy it is to follow them. So I'm going to run that in. I've got on some batting at the back
Right.
as well, John, just so you can see that there. It's best when you're doing decorative stitching, I find, to have something behind it, some wadding. I've not been able to successfully ever decoratively stitch without my batting behind. So
Right.
to get a good result, if you're struggling and you haven't got your batting behind, pop it behind and it'll make all the difference. Okay, so now we're just going to follow those lines. So I just make sure I line that up in the centre, and I'm going to put it slow because I don't want it to run away with me. And I'm going to use my stop start, but needle down. And the reason I like needle down is this shape, you can see, has lots of little points to it. My needle will stop down there, allow me to rotate this and then start in a straight line again. So if you're doing something like this, always, first thing, put your needle down. It
Yeah.
will just make life easier for you. And then we just start following those chalk lines, or marker weight lines as it is. You see, I've stopped, needle down, foot up, rotate it, put my line in the centre of my foot again, off I go. And with your needle down, it makes it so much easier. Get to that point, stop, pick it up, turn it so it's in the middle of my foot, off I go again.
What size stitch are you using?
I am using a 3.5.
Okay.
But to vary the look, You can change the size of your stitch. You can have long stitches, short stitches. You can buy all of those fabulous like lurex shiny quilting threads these days for machines, can't you? They look amazing. You can get variegated threads.
I was going to say, I love it. On something like that you're doing, I love a variegated
Oh,
threads.
me too.
Yeah.
I love them. And actually, they're a bit like your shirt today, aren't they? Really, it's lovely. But I really do enjoy working with them. I think they look amazing.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got a solid background
I was
like
going to say,
this.
because they're wasted almost on a pattern fabric, aren't they? But on a
Yes.
solid fabric like that, look gorgeous.
Absolutely. And you can decide if you want to try with a small stitch, a larger stitch. You know, just vary it for whatever result you want to achieve. And you see, by having that marked line on there, and then keeping my needle down, how very easy it is. Even though I'm doing a slow stitch here, because I'm only stitching little pieces at a time, how actually easy it is, and how I'm able to just whiz this round and come down with that decorative stitching. And before we had stencils, mark away spray, I would not have been brave enough to even attempt.
Well, you'd never
like
get this
John.
by eye. You'd never be able to get, because you'd get to the end of the border and you'd suddenly be like a few points out, wouldn't you, and things like
Yes.
that.
Absolutely. And that's what scared me, especially when it's on something that I've spent a long time. That was the thing about quilting for me. I spent a long time cutting and patchworking precisely, and I knew I could just completely ruin the job by attempting to quilt over the top and not succeeding. So having when you've spent all that time and you've put all of that effort in, you really want something. Now, what I would do at home, I would go and pull this thread through from the back. I wouldn't be snipping it off at the top.
Yes, yeah.
So that it frays. I would pull it through and then I'd do a couple of little stitches on the back. But, you know, for today, it's going to get snipped at both ends, because I don't like to back tack when it's a design like that, because I think it looks messy. So you see, that was very easy for me to follow along that design and finish that design off. And actually what I want you to do is show you the difference between a long stitch and a small stitch. So here's my little tight stitch that I've done there. And then when I was preparing this, I've done a longer stitch.
Right.
So it's entirely up to you, the end result that you want. And that's how easy the quilting stencils are. Now, it's also great for all of you hand stitchers out there. So what I've got here for embroiderers, or if you like to hand quilt, a lot of you like to do the hand quilting these days, don't you? So they'll work for that, or for red work, John, as well. Brilliant for that. So you can take portions of the stencils or the little icons that I looked at on the other stencil rather than the big piece, pop it onto whatever it is you're doing. This could be just a piece of wall art, if that's what you want to do. Absolutely, yeah. And then we've got our thread and we've got our hoop, but we've got the lines to follow perfectly for your stitching. And so it just makes it incredibly easy for you to follow that along. And I really love this because, again, hand embroidery is something that during lockdown I really wanted to embrace, but I hadn't been able. I wasn't that skilled, really, to be honest with you. I was trying and it wasn't looking very good. And then I got my quilting stencils out, did this, and realised that actually it just makes it much easier for somebody like me, because I can follow along, trying to turn that so you can see it, follow along and follow those lines, and it makes it easy. And again, you get nice precise shapes as well,
exactly.
John. So actually, if we've got any of our paper crafters watching as well, just imagine all of those fabulous stencils that you've been collecting over the years for paper craft that you've got lying around, and there might be some old ones, there might be some new ones, some lovely floral ones, and you're not using them, but you fancy doing a bit of embroidery. If you get this mark away spray bundle with those other stencils, you can use every paper craft stencil you've got at home and turn it into an embroidery stencil, which is great because it means we're getting extra value for money out of all of the stuff that we've been collecting. But actually, if you're not a paper crafter and you are in fact a sewist through and through, what you can do is look at the paper craft stencils on our website, because if there isn't a sewing stencil you like, but you like the design on a paper craft stencil, just get that and use the mark away spray with it, and you'll see that you'll be able to transfer all of those designs. So very easy to do, and the key thing is just washes away. just washes away, just run it under the tap.
But what's brilliant is it's not like, a lot of times if you'd use your chalk pencil to do that, by the time you've got to the end of the thing, it would all come off. It'd be on your hand or be elsewhere, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. And that just doesn't happen. And don't worry on a piece of dark fabric where you know you might get a smudge. You see, I've done that on purpose. I've rubbed it so you can see it's smudged. But you've still got the line to follow, and you will just run this under a tap, and it will literally... It's like a vanishing act. It just goes away. It leaves no residue whatsoever.
Just make sure your embroidery threads colour fast first, though.
Oh, yeah. Yes, if you're on white.
Yes.
Yes. But if you just use a cold water under the tap, if you with your embroidery thread, you'll be all right. Just don't put any heat on there. Don't put it in the washing machine. But if you're confident that they are colour fast, you could put it in the washing machine. It won't hurt it at all. But I haven't been brave enough to do that yet. All I've done is rinse under a freezing cold tap, and it takes it away.
How brilliant. Right, can we look at those three? So we just used the geometric one, right? So this was the geometric one here. I'll just show you what else you're getting, because you're getting all three of these, right? So that's the geometric one there, and they were the two ones that Leann showed you. Let me show you the Celtic one now, right? So, nice, you see, isn't that gorgeous? So you get the main one here, and then you get the one with all, wouldn't that look gorgeous on a border? Or a sash, could be a sash. Lovely, isn't it? And then this feathered one. Now this is why I asked if you could do either side of them, because look, imagine, there's your main one there, right? So you've got your main one there, but then look, you could do that feather going around one way and then turn the stencil over and it's going the other way. So it makes like a, you know, kind of really lovely wreath. Oh, that's my favourite one. The feathers one's my favourite one. Look at that one there. Imagine that in the corner of a quilt, each corner of a quilt, and then I'd embroider the love heart in a different colour to the rest of the feathers.
Do you know what I'd do?
Oh, hang on, here we go.
Can you see that one just above, that lovely one, the curved one on the top left there, top right, I beg your pardon, next to the straight border. If you, you know your mark away spray? Yeah. You could get just like a mask a circle, so cut a circle from something round a dinner plate, do a little mark away around the end of your dinner plate so you've got that when you're in there, and then line that one up all around, or you could do a pencil mark, but I like the mark away spray, and then you would get a great big wreath in the middle.
Yes, yeah, it'd be beautiful.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Then you can embroider it in green and gold on red fabric, I'm thinking.
Yeah, beautiful.
Anyway, we're getting carried away now.
We are.
We're getting carried away. Right, Sunrise Special. I've gone very quick. Oh, there we go. Sunrise Special. Oh, that's a nice picture. I haven't seen that one before. I've got that plant in my bathroom. Not that actual plant, but that, isn't it called Mother-in-law's tongue, that one?
Mother-in-law's tongue, it is.
$59.99 this is. You're saving £40. Now, I do need to warn you, these are very, very, very popular today. Oh, there you go. They've got fabric and pin. Imagine if it was set up like that. It wouldn't look like that, would it? That's just for a still. Anyway, $59.99. What a brilliant, brilliant price. And so many of these have gone. So many of them have gone already. Right. How about this, right? Quilter starter kit, saving £21. You get a rotary cutter. You get a 45mm rotary cutter, which normally costs $12.99. You get the ruler and you get an I'll find it in a minute for you. It's here. You get an I'm just getting the size of the A3 cutting mat. All of that for $13.99. And I'm saying Christmas now, but you know what? It's a brilliant present anytime. I like to buy presents for people just for the sake of buying them, you know what I mean? $13.99 if you know somebody who wants to start off on their quilting journey. That is brilliant. Lock Pro, $228.99. You get 4 threads, black threads with this one. Leann was using white on hers earlier. You get black, and they've got 5,000 metres on each one. Plus you get 500 points. Doesn't say anywhere there, but you get 500 points for your Club Inspire. You do indeed get 500 points. Mystery bundle. Oh, leaning backwards. Oh, I don't need to. It's a picture, isn't it? Mystery bundle. Oh, it's a bit boring, that. You get 4.5 metres of fabric, plus you get the CD-ROM about the Fox in the Woods, whatever it was called. There's the quilt stencils you've just seen. You get all of those for £23. £23, that's brilliant. Right, now, I've had so many messages. I've been watching your messages coming in, right? So many people are messaging going, oh, I've wanted this alphabet I've wanted this alphabet set forever. The alphabet die set has just dropped in my basket. Oh, my goodness, I've got to have that alphabet set. Well, now's your chance. Here it is. Half price. Half price. Should be. you're saving £35, right? £35 you're saving on that one. I think we're going to do that at some point this afternoon. And then look, face mask. Last chance now. We've only got those 2 colourways. We've got them in the square or the round masks. £16. And for that £16 you can, it comes with elastic, by the way, and instructions. £16 you can make yourself 6 masks. And remember, from Friday, you have to wear them to go shopping. You won't be allowed in the shops if you haven't got one on. It's going to be interesting to see how that works, isn't it? Now, what's limited? You say the square one. Square one's gone limited. I prefer the square mask sheet to the curved ones. The square masks have gone limited. I know, £16. Right, now this builder block is fantastic, right? Not only you can do alphabet and you can do letters, right? But you can do them 6 inches to 12 inches, right? Half price. You obviously got to have your Gemini machine to do it with, available on the website today. But go on then, Leanne, show us how we do this.
Oh my word, I adore this set. Just when I've seen it for the first time, the word genius came out of my mouth because I just think it is truly fabulous. And you can see here, I'm going to step to the side so you can see how amazing that full quilt is. I'm down off my box.
Yeah.
How amazing, I'm going to be careful because I might pull it off the wall. How fabulous that would be for a nursery, having that full alphabet on there, and actually a play mat on the floor. And for personalisation, which is what we're going to do now. Now, the box itself is fab, and it's in the same vein as all of our other builder block products, where you've got that lovely little ribbon pull and that slide and reveal. So it feels special, but it's also brilliant as a storage tool, so that you're not going to have your dies rattling around all over the place and you're going to lose them. We get an amazing instructional booklet, which we're going to have a look at, and then you get that liner that we get on all of our builder block sets, where it shows you exactly what you're getting under each of these little holes. So it's lined up in the same, I need me glasses, it's lined up in the same place. So for example, here I can see this is the extra large square and the extra large small quarter triangle. So we can see there exactly what they are, and when we lift that up, exactly underneath is the replica.
Okay, I've got a confession to make now.
What?
I thought you were going to open that box and there were going to be letters in it.
Oh! No, it's not. You make your letters, John. You patch
No,
them.
it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I just looked. I've been looking at it all
Yes.
morning, thinking, oh, how brilliant with all those letters in there. Of course, you got them. Anyway, shut up, John.
So we're patchworking our letters. So we've got all of the blocks worked out. The rectangles you need, the half square triangles that you need. And again, all of those sizes, as you said, John, not just for one size of alphabet, for many sizes of alphabet.
Yeah.
How many did you say? Did you say it was
6, 8, 9, 10 and 12.
6, 8, 9, 10, 12. 5 different sizes of alphabet, which is fabulous. So that's what you've got in there. So all you're going to do is decide which ones you need to use. Now, how do you decide which ones you need to use? Well, then you use the instruction booklet.
So what's it?
The instruction booklet.
Booklet.
Yes.
That with, yeah, fine.
So when I was at school, I was taught that 2 O's make an oo.
2 O's make an oo?
Oo.
Okay. I suppose cows moo, don't they?
So it's not a booklet. It's a booklet. Yeah.
Oh.
Up here in Durham, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
I wasn't taking the mickey.
I know you weren't, because you wouldn't.
No.
It's not in your
wouldn't
nature,
dare.
John. No. So now what we're going to do is have a look. So here we go. Let's say we want to do the letter A. In fact, I am going to do the letter A. You can see here, it shows you how to construct each row of the letter A. And you can see what it is that you need to cut out. And then it tells you to do an extra small. You use it would give you a 6-inch block. If you use the small, it would give you an 8-inch block. If you use the medium, it'll give you a 9, the large a 10, and the extra large, it'll give you a 12-inch block.
Brilliant.
So it makes it so incredibly easy for you. And when you look at that letter broken down into rows like that, we can see for the top of the letter A, I need 2 white half triangles, 2 of my dark, and then I need 4 squares, and I need 2 in the darker fabric and 1 in the lighter fabric.
I love this even more because you could do an alphabet letter, I mean a rainbow letter, couldn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to have a purple
No.
A. You could do it in...
Or vary all the blocks, absolutely can, and that would look exquisite.
Beautiful,
Actually,
yeah.
That's a brilliant idea. I love that idea. So, and that's the same for every letter all the way through. Look, and numbers. So not just letters, numbers as well.
Okay, when you first opened that, because there's a hashtag as well, isn't there?
There is.
Oh, and a question mark, and an exclamation mark, and
There is.
apparently one of those.
Yeah.
How brilliant. Because when I saw you open the book, I saw the hashtag.
Yeah, and then look here.
Oh!
So we've got also a myriad of different blocks you can make with this set. So it's not just about the alphabet, the hashtag, so on and so forth. It's about, look, all of these patchwork blocks as well.
Goodness.
And it shows you every step of the way exactly how to do them. You are never left alone and your hand is never not held. Really, it's fantastic. It really is, John.
And half price.
Yes.
Half price.
It's steel.
Half price is a brilliant deal. I'm going to get this.
Now, I just wanted to show you, you know, the another use for the little project bag I made earlier.
Oh, yes.
You know, the little my underwear bag that I
Yes.
made earlier. I actually use these as project pouches as well, John.
Oh, good idea.
So this is the one I made, and I've got the pieces inside that I'm going to make my next project with. And actually what I do is I match with my spare pieces of fabric that I've got from whatever project I was doing.
Yeah.
I match that to the project I'm making.
Okay, now earlier...
And
when
that means I know what it is.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
when we started the show this morning, it's only 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago, we showed different fabrics for sale in a bundle, didn't we? Is that what that is? I haven't got them here. Have you got those, Stephanie? We'll have a look. They're called vintage flowers. I haven't
Yeah.
got one to show you, but I had it on a still at the beginning. When Leanne opened that, sorry to interrupt, Leanne.
It's all right.
But when you opened that, I thought, I'm sure they're the fabrics from the... Look.
Them.
So
Beautiful.
you buy one, you get one for free. You buy one and you get one free. Do you know what? Tracy put these out on in the corridor earlier, and none of us knew what they were because they're not on my pole sheet. I'll let you go on, and then I'll talk about the fabrics in a minute.
Fabulous.
But-
So what I did is I've used a little piece of scrap fabric to make my underwear bag, but actually I use them as project bags at home so that I can easily identify on my shelf when I remember what fabric I was doing. I pick that up and I know the project inside is using that fabric. It helps me organise as well, and brilliant for just little project pouches that aren't taking up too much space and can be laying flat and stacked on a shelf, but for easy identification.
Yeah.
So I want to show you another use for that. Now this, you might remember on a show earlier, I made using our builder block system to show you how we put all of these tumblers together. So I've had this rattling around at home. This was about 4 weeks ago, I think, John.
Oh, was it?
So I've had this rattling around for a little while. It was when you phoned in. It was when we were still in lockdown, and we did build a block.
Oh,
with the
yes,
tumblers.
yes.
And here we go. I've got this still left, this piece. So this is going to get made into a play mat. So I've got that all ready, and I wanted to use it. I didn't want to waste it. So I thought, you know what? Let's work with those alphabets and do that. Now I want to show you how brilliant they are at cutting out. So I'm just going to take one of the little squares that I'm going to start making an alphabet with. That die's come out, and I'm going to use this one here, which is my
Square.
what it is. It's a square, and it is a small square. So I'm using the small square here. So I've got that out ready. And then I've got some of my fabrics here, and I've just got little scraps, John. So you know, you don't need to worry when you're cutting squares out like that. You don't need to cut into one of your big pieces.
Yeah.
Not like I would normally have, like a fat quarter and cut a little square in the middle. It's not good use of your fabric, is it? But it is great to be able to cut several layers at one time. Now I'm just going to check how many I've got here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And then I'm going to line that one up on there. So I'm just going to snip that to approximately that size. That'll do nicely.
Is that black or green? That
It's a
fabric
dark
you've got?
green.
Oh,
It's
no,
like
so this is the same one that I've got here
Yes,
then.
it's like
Lovely.
a hunter green. It's
Yeah.
lovely. And then I'm going to cut 2 of these the same size. Here we go. I'm just going to grab my metal plate as well. So there we go. And then all I do is line these up. So because I've got a piece of fabric a similar size, what I would do is tape it. But I can't see any of my repositionable tape lying around, so I'm just going to take the risk without. I'm going to fly by the seat of my pants and make sure, and just fingers crossed it works. Now I'm just looking for my metal shim. Where have they gone?
Right, while
It's
you're
been
looking, let
tidying
me
up.
just give you a quick shimmy through these fabrics,
Yes,
right?
go
'Cause
on.
the thing's up at the thing was just oh no, it's down there, right? They're $5.99 for half a metre. But if you buy 2, you get 1 of them for free. And the choices are these, and they're all available on the website. There's that one. Oh, I love that one. That one's so gorgeous, isn't it? Look at this. They are beautiful. They're quilting cotton. Oh, that is so lovely, isn't it? And then there's the one that Leann was just using, which looked black on my telly, but it's actually a dark green. And then there's the one from earlier. Remember we saw that one earlier? So any of those fabrics you can get for £5.99 for half a metre. Buy 2, you still only pay £5.99. Oh no, brilliant. You found it, you ready?
I'm found it, I'm ready. Ready, thank you very much for that, John.
Pleasure.
Now what I've got here is, I've got a stack of 6 pieces, and then just to show you, just to have a little test, I'm going to try one of those builder block dies with a stack of 8 pieces as well. And let's just see how many we can get through with our Gemini machine. I love a challenge, John.
Oh, here we go.
You know what I'm like.
Yep.
I can't help it. I like to do it, and I like to do it live, because if I do it live, you can see it real at home, and you know you're going to get the same result when you get it home.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've got my clear plate, I've got my metal plate. I would, if I could find my repositionable tape these down.
Oh, Stephanie, I saw Stephanie
to stop them moving. Have we got some repositionable tape? Stephanie's does. Oh, hang on. Here it is.
There it is. I saw her putting it there.
Yeah. She's like that. She hides things,
Yeah.
John. She's mischievous. And the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm being frugal with my fabric, because if I don't, I get wrong off John. I'm keeping my dye still so that I can get the maximum usage out of my fabric. So it just keeps my dye still, stops it wandering around. But actually, if you are using positioning on your patchworking, so you know if there's a beautiful big flower in the middle of there and you want that to be in the middle of a block, then it's good to use your tape because it keeps it still. So then I put my frosted plate on, I put my clear one on top, and of course I'm using the Gemini here for 2 little dies like that. You could be using your junior, or you could be using your junior plates widthways in your Gemini machine, which means you don't have to wait for the full big plate to run through. You
16 seconds, for goodness sake, Leann.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's brilliant. And it's
make
half
any
of that
clumping
on the
up.
junior.
And what's the mini one then? Is that something completely different?
So we've got the Go. The Go is an electronic die cutting machine, which is a 3x6 plate. So both of these would work on that. And that whizzes through in no time. And actually the good thing about that, John, is if you're crafting on the go, so if you go into the caravan or you go into a crop or a scrapbook retreat or a quilting retreat, I beg your pardon, and not everybody has an electric socket, that Go works off a battery pack.
Oh, available on the website?
Yeah, it's really good for that. Right, so I'm going to remove my tape.
Yeah.
Remove the tape. Oh, that's good tape. And remove it off this one. There we go. And see, it's taking up the edges because my cut has happened beautifully. So as I pulled that tape away, you see my patchwork pieces, just get that off my hands, just fell out the middle of there. So now I have got 6 of my little blocks that I need of the small to start putting my alphabet together.
Brilliant.
Okay, so that cut really through easily, didn't it?
Yeah.
Now that was 6. That's what you would expect. I did 8 down here because I wanted to see if it would work. And it did. Oh, look at that. So you've got 8 pieces to do your blocks now. And if you think about having all the little pieces that you need, and then how quick it is to get those little pieces, to put them, to piece them together to make your alphabet, could not be more quick and easy, John. So that's how they work in your Gemini or Junior. And your Go, the plate configuration is exactly the same for all of them. So I've got my pieces, and then we're just going to have a little chat through what I did here, because I've got my letters ready.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
So I thought it would be easy for you to be able to talk through it rather than watch all of that happening for speed. So you can see here for my letter A, I did 2 small half square triangles, then 2 squares, 2 more half square triangles and a square. That was row 1. And if I bring my booklet back here and put this beside it, we'll be able to see that exactly as we've seen it above there. I just want to show you the 2 together. There we go. So you can see here, row 1 is exactly as is there. Row 2 was a dark, 2 light, a dark and a light. Row 3 was 4 dark and a light, and so on and so forth. And like John said, you can mix that up. You don't have to stick with the dark and light. That could be a whole rainbow of different colours.
Can I ask a question? Why have you got a column of white on the right hand side, but you haven't got a column of white on the left hand side?
To join my next letter. To give it a space so you can read it. That's the sashing, so you can read it. So that when I put those 2 together
Got
now
it.
and I
Sorry,
stitch
I
it,
was just thinking, it's lopsided. And then why has it got a pointy bit at the top, like a little plateau at the top?
this bit here,
No, go up to the top of the black.
top of the black,
Of the A.
of the A.
Yeah, it's got like a roof
Oh,
bit.
seam allowance.
Oh,
so when I
course.
come to stitch this to the bottom of my block, that is my 1/4 inch seam
And there'll be
allowance.
a sash at the bottom or
And
whatever.
Yes.
Got it.
Absolutely.
I'm just asking
Brilliant,
because
isn't
they're the
it?
questions that people will be asking.
Yes,
that's all.
absolutely. So that's your seam allowance. So let's join these together because I've got the, it's a little bit of a giveaway now. This is happening to me later this year. So I've done this
Ada.
name, Ada. Isn't that a lovely name, John?
Is that the name they've called her? Because
Yeah.
she even got
but
here.
Yes, she's not even here. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it'll be one of those things where they look at her and go, oh, she's not
She's not an Ada.
She's
Well, then they're going to have to give this playmat to somebody else. But there we go. But you know what? That happened to me actually when I had my son. So if it runs in the family, it's very, very possible that he
Likely.
might do that because Peter was going to be Jack the entire time I was carrying him. And then he was born and the midwife said, oh, look, you've got a little Jack. And I looked at him and I went, yeah, no, he's not a Jack. Not a Jack. And my husband said, what about Peter? I was like, yes, he's a Peter. So we did exactly that within seconds of seeing him. So you don't know, do you?
No.
But it's good for demonstration purposes,
Yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it? So first things first, to make my nice little strip, what I'm going to do is just sew these together. And exactly as John pointed out, we've got a light strip and a dark strip. So you're going to fold that back on itself there, couple of little pins to keep it together. And again, I like to do those in the corners. This, I cannot recommend this enough. And I'm sure you experienced pieces out there will have your own way and your perfect ways of doing it, but I always pin in the opposite corners too, even though I'm not stitching there. For me, it just keeps my fabric where it needs to be and stops it going for a little journey that I didn't agree on, and then looks a bit wonky when I finish doing my sewing, and lets me whiz down as well. Okay, well, whiz as much as I ever whiz when it comes to sewing, which isn't very whizzy, honestly. So now I'm just going to piece it, and I'm doing a 1/4 inch seam. Oh, I need to change my stitch. I'm following my Bernie rules, which is change that needle position to that, and then that gives me my perfect 1/4 inch when I line it up with the side of my foot. And off we go. Oh, I can go a bit faster than that, I think. There we go. And you would be matching up all of your little squares. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't done that, and I know in the strict sense of the patchworking world, I should have done that. You would be matching every one of those little seams and nesting them as you go down. Actually, that's not too far off.
And also, no one's going to notice because isn't it solid black line matching with the solid white line?
Yeah.
So it's not like you've got different colours
Yeah,
all
exactly.
creating all
It's not as obvious, is it? Yeah. So once I've done that, you'd press it open, and you can see what you're starting to build up is that beautiful word. That's the word.
Do you know what? If they
Word.
don't call her Ada...
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't.
What?
I was going to say you could change it to Dad, but you can't. You haven't got enough letters.
No. No.
Oh,
You,
never
da.
Or Aardvark. They call her Aardvark.
Good call. That's a good name.
Oh, I thought you'd said Aardvark. Christening.
Oh.
No. When's she due then?
She's due September the 8th.
Not long. That'll be it before you know it.
I know. I'm very excited.
She live local.
No, that's the only sad thing, that we'll be distant grandparents. My son's in the military, and so he's in London,
Right.
and so they're down there,
Oh.
and we're up here. But
Yeah, but it's a global village now, isn't it?
yeah, we'll travel to see them.
Yeah.
They'll travel to see us, you know. And there's that fabulous new portal thing on Facebook, which we're absolutely investing in. And that means we'll be able to live chat with them. And it feels like you're in the room because the camera follows you around, it tracks you.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, the camera tracks you around. So you put it in your room, and then when you put it on, when you move around the room, the camera tracks
Moves
you, so
with
you can be in the room
Don't
together.
leave it on by accident.
I know, can you imagine? Especially if you run downstairs in the night for a
Yeah,
drink,
exactly.
and, yeah, you'd frighten everybody who was tuning in at that point, or I would anyway. Yeah, so I've done exactly the same with this last letter.
Yeah.
And you see, I'm just taking my pins out there, and there we go. So I've spelled out that name, and that's really easy to put together with those blocks. It's fabulous. And so now I had this little tumbler piece lying around from the last time we did a show together. Well, not the last time, we did it last week, the time before that, John.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to put this at the bottom to make a little play mat. So all I would do is line this up again. So exactly as when I was doing my zips, I always do this to make sure that it's running in the direction I want it to run.
Yes.
And then fold that back on itself and stitch it in place. So I've done that. A couple more pins and a little stitch line down there. And I'll try and whiz this for you. Oh, put my finger. There we go. On there and there. Right, and whiz down. It's how easy it is with these alphabets. It really is incredibly easy, but I think incredibly effective as well. Look at me whizzing along, John.
It's very relaxing watching somebody else, so I'm sitting here going off into...
I think it is. It's like with colouring in paper craft.
Yeah.
I love to watch somebody else colouring in or doing something like that. It's mesmerising.
It depends on their... Sometimes, though, none of our ladies, obviously, but sometimes their voices, the ones when you're watching them doing colouring, and you're like, oh, just shut up and colour in. Not here.
Not here. No, not here. And so when I've done that, and now I turn it down, my name is running in the correct direction, because I could have had the potential of having that upside down on the bottom.
Yeah.
So I know we're probably going to have a look at the Lock Pro again, so I'll talk you through the next steps that I would have done rather than finishing this whole thing off.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what I've got here is a whole bigger piece of that gorgeous fabric, which I've used to piece in the little blocks here.
Yeah.
I love this fabric, John. It's just so happy and spring-like.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And I've got the same size as the finished play mat.
Yeah.
And then I've got a piece of that lovely 100% cotton wadding on the back that we'll do as well. So this would just go together, and it would go right sides to right sides. So you've got wadding on the bottom, wadding on the bottom. There we go.
Yeah.
Then your backing fabric. There.
Yeah.
And then right sides again with my play mat. So I turn it upside down, right sides to right sides. Pin it in place and stitch around the mat. You see my backing is a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
So that's why I can follow that around. I would leave a little gap at the side and then trim all of the excess seam off and just bag it out exactly as I did with the fox in the wood box. Just turn it all back on itself, give it a good press, and then I would just hand stitch the little area that was left over. And then Ada will have a little comfy mat to lie on when she's getting her nappy done.
Yeah, and again, if you don't like hand stitching, you could turn it through, press it down, then just do a line of top stitching a quarter of an inch around the edge, couldn't you?
Absolutely you could.
Right, Marianne says, where do you change the needle position for a quarter inch seam allowance? It's on your machine normally. It says quarter inch seam allowance. On my machine, I just put in 06 on my Elna machine. Has that one got a special setting?
So on the Stitch Pro, if you've just got your regular straight stitch, it's just got the length. You just change the length to 5.5, and then the edge of your foot is a quarter inch.
There you go, that's that, Marianne. Michelle says I hardly use pins anymore now that Crafter's Companion introduced me to the clips. What are you two like, says June, bantering away there. And then Deborah says, like John, I thought there were letters in the box as well. So it's not just me, it's not just me. Right, this is very, very, very busy. Very, very, very busy now. $34.99, half price for your letters, your numbers, your exclamation marks, and what's not on the back are all those other blocks that were in the book as well. So it's not. So don't be thinking, oh, I don't do letters very often. I don't do numbers very often. You can do loads and loads of 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12-inch blocks. There was a Christmas tree. There were flowers. There were all sorts of things in it. £34.99 is the Gemini build block, alphabet and numbers. Right, these fabrics, which we haven't shown much of them today, but here you go. Look. It's basically buy one, get one free. If you buy half a metre of one, you'll get half a metre of something else for free. These are the gorgeous fabrics that you can get. $5.99 or $5.99. It's more of a poplin weight, I'd say, this fabric. So you get, so it's $5.99. You'd normally pay for one. You get two. You just put two in your basket and you'll just be charged $5.99 for the two. They're lovely, aren't they? Vintage flowers, they're called, aren't they, these? That's gorgeous. I love this dark. These are my two favourites. I love those two. $5.99 for half a metre, and then you get a second half metre completely free. It can be the same fabric. You don't have to choose a different fabric. It'll be the same fabric. Right, now these expansions. Oh my word! Right, so these. Let me tell you, if you've already got your build block and you think, oh, I want more squares, I want more half square triangles, more quarter square triangles. This is the way to do it. They're £23.99 each. Right, each box. So this is the squares. and that's $23.99 or $35.96. You're saving 20% today. Or you can go half square triangles, which is this one. Again, £23.99. All you do is go to the website, go to Watch and Shop, and click on the one that you want. $23.99. Or you've got your quarter square triangles. Yeah. $23.99. Okay, now I've just said, you know what I haven't talked about today? Show this slide, right? £228.99. If you haven't used John 20 yet, you can get another 20% off that. All you need to do when you check out is write John 20 and you get another 20% off it. You get 4 cones of black thread, polyester thread, overlocking thread, and it's 5,000 meters on each one. Plus you get 500 bonus points if you're a member of Club Inspire, all for £228.99. That is UK only. Okay. Oh, we're going back to that. We're going back to that because there's so many of these flying out the door. $228.99. Use John 20 and you get an extra 20% off. Oh no? What are you going to show now then?
We're going to have a look at how to make a cushion cover entirely on the overlocker.
Okay.
And you know, I can't encourage you enough. If you're a new sewist or if you've been sewing a while and you've been looking at overlockers thinking, I don't need one, I'm a dressmaker, I'm not a dressmaker, I would say get one, especially when we've got on a deal like this, because you won't realise how many things in sewing, in just soft craft, where you can use your overlocker all of the time. And actually sometimes you just don't need to get your sewing machine out. Everything can be done on here really quickly and easily.
Can I also just add here, there's something Sarah said. Basically, they're made by threaders, aren't they? They're Gemini.
Yeah.
And if you have any issues with them, we have a department here who sorts it all out. So you either can be talked through it on the phone, but if something needs to be sorted out, there's Gemini John, who will do, he maintains it, fixes them, whatever. The support. So don't be thinking, 'cause how many times you buy a machine and then afterwards, if something you don't understand, you can't get hold of anybody, can you, to find out? Here you can do. You can speak to Sharon or the team, and if they don't know the answer, they'll get somebody who does know the answer. If anything goes wrong with the machine, it will be sorted. So don't worry about, so if you're thinking, oh, no, trust them. Right, sorry.
Absolutely, that's a very fair point actually, John. We've got Gemini John does all of our die cutting Gemini machines, and then we've got Gemini, I think it's Martin, who does all of the sewing machines and overlockers.
Oh, okay, didn't realise.
So we do have an actual sewing machine engineer, has been working with sewing machines for over 25 years, does all of that for us. So
fantastic.
you can confidently know, and he's been great. He's helped me out with my tension and all sorts of things before when I've just been stuck. So yes, absolutely buy with confidence, because we always have the support in place. So to do a cushion cover, I'm just going to do a lovely strippy one using that fabulous fabric again, John. I just think it's really happy and sunny, and this is going to be for my caravan. So I'm popping that to one side. So what I've just got is 3 strips to start with. I'm going to talk to you about those backing pieces in a second. So I've got my 3 strips to make my 18-inch cushion. So they're going to be 18.5 inches wide, and then I've got the same again with those 3 strips. So I've got 6, 12, 18, but actually each of these strips will be 6.5, so that I've got the 1/4 inch seam between each one, if you were wondering. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then exactly as we were talking about before, I like to lay it all out in front of me to decide on how I want mine to go together. So do I want it like this, or do I want the dark one in the middle? I think I want the dark one in the middle. Make sure my tulips are pointing up the correct way on this one, so my flowers are going in the correct direction. This one's multi-directional, so it doesn't really matter. So once I've got them all laid out and I know what I'm doing, then I can pick up my fabrics right sides to right sides and stitch it. So I just line them up again. And as I've been saying to you all along, I always, when I've got my right angles in place and I've got them nice and straight, go to the opposite side and put in a couple of pins, and it just stops your fabric from slipping away from you or going on one of those, you know, random little angle walking journeys that they go on. It used to frustrate the life out of me, and I could never understand what I was doing wrong. And so this is just the method that I found to help myself stop my fabric from running away from me, because sometimes it can have a little mind of its own. So I do that, and then I run it through the overlocker. So exactly as we did before, you've got a little lever at the back here which lifts up your foot should you need to. You've got your chain which is being chained off, so that's ready to go. But actually, with your overlocker, you do not need to lift that foot up like you do with a sewing machine. You can leave your foot down.
A lot of manufacturers advise you not to lift it
yes.
up. Yeah, but it's there in case you do need to lift up. You don't have to lift it up.
Yes, if you get something stuck, you're going to lift it. But to start it off, actually just start with your foot down. Because if you haven't got your foot down, what happens is your underlooper and overlooper and your two needles don't match up, and you get your stitches too tight, or they get all knotted inside. That's how you're going to get a jam.
Yeah.
So actually keep it down. And that's one of the things that you need to try and convince yourself is the right thing to do. Certainly that's what I had to do. Now I just nearly stitched that on the wrong edge there. I've just stopped
opposite
myself.
edge to your pins.
Opposite edge. So my pins need to go in the middle because I'm doing the long edge. I nearly just stitched the short edge there.
That would have been a long thin cushion.
Would have been a very long thin cushion. That would have been a tragedy. So you just feed your fabric up to that foot, so it's not even underneath, it's just up against, and the feed dogs will start immediately to pick that when I use the foot pedal. And so you see, it just takes it straight away with the foot down, really efficient. And you've got lines on the side of your machine here that you can follow along. I tend to use the edge of this. So I keep my fabric parallel with that as I go along, and I know I'm going to get a straight seam and the same amount cut off with 1/4 of an inch all the way along. Chain off, so you see I've done that chain off there, and how quick it is. And actually, you see with an overlocker, I'm more confident sewing faster than I am on a sewing machine. And then that is quite a contradiction in terms, isn't it? But actually, this foot pressure with those feed dogs underneath is so firm, it just takes your fabric through in a straight line for you. You don't need to worry about it going all over the place like with a sewing machine sometimes, or that I've found. And just to show you that I'm correct on that, or what I'm saying to you can be true, look at the even on one edge, the straight that it's took off. It's wonky because of the way it was cut with the scissors before it went in on one edge, but on the other edge it's perfectly straight at the top there, because it's took an even amount off all the way down that seam.
I just think an overlock is something like you were saying earlier, I don't need one. And then as soon as you get one, you're like, how have I lived all these years without it? And also, when it arrives, when it's delivered at your house, do not leave it in the box for 3 months. Don't be thinking, I've bought an overlock, Get it out and get it going, because you will be amazed at how fantastic they are. You'll be wanting to overlock everything. Yeah,
absolutely. And then you start Googling projects for an overlocker like I do, because you actually think, I don't want to get my machine out, it's so much quicker to do it with the overlocker. Can I not do that thing on an overlocker? And you'll try to start finding it. While John talks about that, actually a good point to note is, in with your Lock Pro you get the most amazing instruction manual. And actually this, and I researched a few overlockers before I got mine. Sadly, Crafter's Companion threaders were not doing an overlocker when I got mine, so mine isn't the Lock Pro. However, the manual I got, this does not, honestly, cannot hold a candle to this. It is so in depth, full colour pictures, real fabulous explanations for the threading, how to use it, how to adjust your tensions, all of the different little troubleshootings that you might need when you start using it. So in depth. But actually the thing for me, John, is this. This is worth its weight in absolute gold. Let me just find it for you. It's in here. It's a little table, and I can't live without it. It's brilliant when I've been using it in here. Here we go. Wait till I find it. There it is there. Marvellous. Good. So it tells you what kind of stitch that you want to do. So I need my glasses again. Hang on, so I can read upside down. Here we are. So if I want a 4-thread seam, which of the needle positions I need and which needles I need threaded, and then it also tells me the tension for all of the different dials all the way along. Let me show that you've got that there. So that is absolutely fantastic. No other overlocker that I've ever looked at when I was looking to buy mine had that included. We've done that for you, we've worked it all out, which just makes it very easy and effortless for you. And if that wasn't enough, you get a DVD with our fabulous Lizzie in that box, which basically gives you the video version of this, and then lots of different hints and tips, how to do a rolled seam, how to sew without the blade, how to rethread, all of the things that you need with an overlocker. Lizzie video step by step taking you through. If that isn't enough to convince you, I don't know what is.
Yeah, but also sometimes you can read something over and over and again and going, put the thread where. If you see Lizzie going, put the thread there, then it's visually, you go, oh, easy. Because some people are more visual, aren't they, than they
Yes.
are how brilliant you get both the manual and you get the CD as well.
Yeah, and that just comes in the box.
Yeah.
That's not, we're being kind and we're bundling the DVD in for you today. That's just because we understand at Threaders, at Crafters Companion, that an overlocker can be intimidating sometimes for some people. You might be a little bit scared and not think that you need one or want one, or you might be worried, oh, I'll just not be able to use it. So we want to give you everything in that box to give you the confidence as soon as you get it home to take it out of the box, watch the video, make something straight away.
Even if you don't make something, just put 2 pieces of calico or 2 pieces of cotton
Yes.
and just see how brilliant it is sewing 2 pieces of fabric together. Like this.
That is a brilliant idea, and that's exactly what I did, John. I just got my scrap box out and I just started following through and trying lots of different things. And you will be sewing with confidence like this in no time at all. And quite honestly, I am much more confident going fast on an overlocker than I am on a sewing machine. You'll notice whenever I'm doing sewing machine demonstrations, I always turn the speed down.
Yeah.
With an overlocker, I'm foot to the floor. And it just pulls it together brilliantly for you. So I've got my beautiful seams, but each of those seams at the back now are encased. So that's going to stop it fraying, it's going to stop any raw edges, then you're going to get a little hole in there at some point down the line when your cushion's been loved and used a lot, because it's reinforced all the way down. It's nice and tidy.
Quick question, very quick question though. Some people are frightened that there's a blade involved.
Yes.
The blade is tucked away,
Oh, it's tucked
nice
away.
and safe, isn't
Yes,
it?
so the blade, if I turn this around, you'll be able to see. Here is the blade here. Put my finger on it there. So you can see actually that blade is tucked down inside of there. And you notice when I was feeding my fabric, I was holding it here and it was whizzing through. Your fingers never ever come near the blade.
No.
Never ever ever.
But
come near the
never,
blade.
ever overlock with pins in.
Oh,
Because
no.
if you do go through it, you can ruin your blade, you can ruin your machine. So do never, ever have pins in the seam. Put them where Leanne put them, the other side of the fabric. Don't put them down the seam thinking, because it's not like a sewing machine. Sometimes 99 times out of 100, you'll go over on a sewing machine and be absolutely fine. On an overlocker, it won't. If you've got a pin, you will wreck your blade or you'll wreck your machine.
And the same goes for the teeth on a zip. So when I was doing the project bag, underwear bag, packing bag earlier, you'll notice that at the 2 edges where I was going to seam, I snipped away the ends of my zip so that I was just stitching on fabric.
Yeah, because the sewing
never
machine
over
will
the
go
teeth
through
of the
it,
zip.
won't
Yes,
it? Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, brilliant.
Overlocker will not.
Right.
So what I've got now is the back of my cushion, John. And I've got 2 pieces of this fabric. Now, there's 2 different ways you can do this. And I think you might, I don't think you like this way because
You
it
put the
uses
zip
uses a lot of fabric.
Oh no, if it's an envelope back, I love it.
Do you love it?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So what I've got is a piece the size of my cushion front plus another third.
Yes.
Okay? And I've got 2 pieces like that.
Yeah.
So the side, I'll just turn that over so you can see. Size of my cushion front plus a third, which is exactly one of those panels, actually, the same size as one of those little panels I've used.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to...
Oh, you're right.
Oh, excuse me.
Do you know what? You're obviously very relaxed because you shouldn't sneeze on telly because your adrenaline should stop it.
Oh, yeah. Does it right? Well, there you go. I'm relaxed. I'm just going to do that now before I do the cushion.
Oh yeah.
Because we have to be good these days, don't we?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So now I've got 2 pieces of that, exactly the same, and I've folded it in half so that I've got right sides out, right sides out. Okay. So 2 pieces the same size, folded in half, and that means I can now make my envelope back for my cushion. I don't even have to worry about
envelope back.
Posh envelope back. This is what this is. This is why I thought I might get wrong off you. Because really what you could do is just turn that over and seam it.
Yeah, but when it gates open, yours, you're not going to see the...
No, I like this because, like you say, it's posh, and then it's all lined inside and lovely, and it's just a bit, especially if you're gifting it.
Well, gifting it to your caravan, yeah.
Yeah, you're gifting it to yourself.
Yeah, self-gifting.
It's a present to me from me. They're the best presents to
thank
have.
you.
I'm sure that's what you're doing today when you're shopping along with us. You're getting presents for you from you.
Oh, you know me then, when they're putting everything in my trolley down here.
They're the best ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
And so then what I do is I put my cushion right side up. There we go. So right sides to right sides again. And then I line up my first piece of my envelope back with my right angles. There we go. Keep that in place. And so I like to pin in the middle. We've discussed that several times this show, haven't we? I know I'm probably running out of time.
You are.
Sorry. I'm going to do this really quickly for you. And in fact, I could probably just talk you through it, couldn't I?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to
the other fold line, that's going to point in. So both of them point in, and the raw edges go on the outside. This gets lined up here, and then pin and pin again, just in the middle to stop it slipping.
Yeah.
And then what I would do is whiz around the outside with my overlocker, and then this is what you've got left. So you've got a posh envelope back when you turn it inside out. So I would whiz round. I'm going to show you my seams. There they are, look, all overlocked inside.
Brilliant.
So whiz round, turn it the right way in, and then you have got a beautiful cushion cover with a really lovely posh envelope back where it's folded up and it's all lined inside for you to stick in your cushion.
Oh, she's even got a cushion
I've got
pad
a
in
cushion.
behind there as well.
Yeah, because I'm taking it to the caravan, John. I'm not joking. I'm going on Thursday. I'll send you the pic. I'll put a picture on Facebook. You'll see me cushion in the caravan.
Yeah, and then bring it back next week.
No, it's mine.
All right then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leanne. That was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Right, how shall I sum up? What shall I do? I have to tell you, the Lock Pro is absolutely flying out. But I'll show you on a picture. I'm not lifting it up again. Sunrise special from 9 o'clock this morning, absolutely flying out. £59.99. Not surprised, you got £40 off. It's lovely, isn't it? Look how you can fit your sewing machine in there, or your overlocker in there, or your Lock Pro in there. It's got, so many, what are those things called? Zips and pockets and everything like that. It is fantastic. It's got wheels that go 360 degree rounds, and it's got all sorts of handles. Now, the Lock Pro, flying out, £228.99. You get 4 spools of thread, 5,000 metres on each one. You get 500 bonus points, and if you haven't used your John 20 yet, you can get another 20% off. I know, it's fantastic at £228. UK only, £228.99. Leanne, thank you so much. Oh, she's busy finishing her cushion. But I've got to go. But I've got to tell you something, right?
Yeah.
This is my last show at Crafters TV. It's not the end of the line. I'm doing development with them and things like that, but I won't be coming up to do my show every Tuesday. So I'd just like to say thank you so much for looking after me while I've been here. I've had a fantastic time. It's an absolutely brilliant team here. And you carry on enjoying it. The softer side will still carry on, but without me. So with that, I will say thanks very much for your company. Lots and lots of love. See you very soon.